The meeting is being recorded and you can call the meeting to order.
Hey, good evening, all. My name is Jim Lawrence. Welcome to the night's meeting of the 2021 Supervisory District Lines Commission. On behalf of the 15-member commission, I'd like to thank all of you for your interest in this very important process. It's not an overstatement to say that we, this commission, and all of you are helping to ensure the fundamentals of democracy are alive and well here in San Mateo County. This is our final scheduled meeting of the District Lines Advisory Commission. We do not have any more scheduled meetings, and as all the commissioners know, we have one major responsibility. Our major goal tonight is to deliver a map or maps to the Board of Supervisors detailing our recommended district line boundaries for the next 10 years. Now, as per the agenda, we will hear comments from the public for anything not on the agenda, and then we will proceed to approve the agenda and approve the minutes. Thereafter, we will have a presentation by our map experts to include a summary of all maps received to date, separated into two buckets. One, those that meet all state and federal guidelines, and two, those that do not meet all state and federal guidelines. Our ultimate goal here tonight is to efficiently and effective as possible come up with a process to select map or maps. Following that, we'll have our normal open public hearing to give the public a chance to comment on the draft maps. And then we, the commission, after we close public hearing, will have an open discussion and eventually vote to recommend a map or maps to the Board of Supervisors. I think we all know that the meeting tonight could go long, and to that end, I'm asking all commissioners to keep their points to 2 minutes max. And in the interest of equity and fairness, the chair will ask the clerk, when the agenda moves to the commissioners, to do a roll call of all commissioners in alphabetical order to comment or speak. With that, I'll turn it back to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the public, this meeting will be interpreted into Spanish, Mandarin, and Tagalog. To access the audio channels for these three languages, please click the globe icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen on your taskbar. There will be a menu that will appear, and then you will be able to select your language of choice. Victor, can you please translate?
Gladly, Suki. Thank you. Muy buenas noches. Le queremos dejar saber a todos ustedes que esta reunión será interpretada al español, al mandarín y el tagalo. Para poder acceder al canal de audio de estos tres idiomas, usted tendrá que hacer clic en un icono de un globo, es decir, un icono de un mundo, que está situado al fondo de su pantalla en la barra de tareas de esta plataforma de Zoom. Después de hacer eso, aparecerá un menú y entonces usted podrá seleccionar el idioma que usted desee. Gracias. Now I'll turn it over to Wei to provide the Mandarin instructions. Wei? You're muted, Wei. Maybe we'll come back to you. Sue, if you can provide these in Tagalog, please.
Certainly. Ang meeting pong ito ay isasalin sa Espanyol, Mandarin at Tagalog. At para ma-access ang radio na para dito sa tatlong lingwaheng ito, i-click lamang ang icon na mundo. Merong menu na makikita at mapipili ang inyong lingwahe. Maraming salamat po at magandang gabi.
Thank you, Sue. And now we're going to try Wei to see if we can provide the Mandarin instructions for Zoom. Wei?
Okay, you hear me? Do you
Perfect.
hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
now it works. Okay, thank you. 这个网上会议呢，将会提供西班牙语、国语、普通话，还有菲律宾话的口译服务。要使用以上这3种语言的翻译频道的话呢，请你点击你荧幕底部任务栏上的地球图标按钮，然后呢就会出现选单请从那个选单当中呢选择那个中文那个 Chinese 那这样子就会听到国语普通话的同声翻译谢谢大家 ，Thank you.
Thank you all. The services now have been started. Okay, I'll take the roll call now, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Azos?
Here.
Commissioner Azos, you might be on mute.
Here.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Bandapali?
Here.
Commissioner Barber?
Here.
Commissioner Bledsoe?
Here.
Commissioner Chan?
Here.
Commissioner Chow? Commissioner Chow? Okay, she is online, but can you unmute your mic, Commissioner Chow? Okay, I'm gonna mark you absent for now. Commissioner Davis?
Yes, here.
Commissioner Dinan?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Espinoza?
Here.
Commissioner Guerrero?
Here.
Commissioner Monzon Ruiz?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Albert?
Present.
Commissioner Romero?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Salander?
Here.
And Chair Lawrence?
Present.
Thank you. And Commissioner Chow, can you hear me now? Okay, we have one commissioner absent, Commissioner Chow, and I'll let the board know when she's able to unmute. Please
Thank
proceed.
you. Our next item on the agenda is the public hearing for any item that's not on the agenda tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those attending the meeting on the Zoom video conference, we will use the raise hand feature in order to organize any public comment. As Chair Lawrence mentioned, you can comment on any commission-related topics that are not on the agenda. If you are speaking on the public hearing, that is item number 5. So please hold your comments until item number 5. Okay, I do see one hand raised. 2 hands raised. First, I'll allow Cindy Kroerger to speak. You will have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
I don't need 2 minutes. I just can't see anyone but you on the Zoom.
Sorry, how about now?
No, I can't. There. Oh, no, now I've got just now I can see myself, my own screen.
Okay, I think I forgot to remove the spotlight. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I was trying to raise my hand to tell you I can't see anybody.
Okay, it's no
So
problem.
that's it.
Can I reserve the time to talk?
No, you don't reserve the time.
Okay, next speaker is Yajaira Ortega. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Please proceed.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Yajaira Ortega, and I'm the Policy and Advocacy Associate for Thrive Alliance. And I am the member of Unity Map Coalition. Please note that our map is mislabeled on the draft maps section on the website. It is currently labeled as Thrive San Mateo proposed map, but it is actually our Unity map. Our process for Unity map was a community-driven process that represents many members of the community. The Unity map could not have been made possible without the experts at the ACLU and Asian Americans Advancing Justice, who grounded this process on communities of interest. We have connected with over 13 different community-based organizations, as well as individual community leaders to discuss our communities of interest and create a single map that respects our community, as well as other priorities that members of the public have submitted to the Advisory Commission. As a coalition rooted in pursuit of equity, our aim is to uplift the needs of marginalized communities across San Mateo County and the county's redistricting process. I know this is a difficult process, but we've created this map that takes everything into account. This proposal respects the integrity of communities of interest, acknowledges the Commission's desire to minimize city splits, and most importantly, uplifts voices of underrepresented communities across the county. The map reflects the many diverse communities of San Mateo County, including communities made up of immigrants, farm workers, low-income people, and folks struggling with affordability and displacement. We also strove to maintain cities and census designated places to follow natural artificial boundaries and to create a compact district. We urge the Commission to recommend this map to the Board of Supervisors for consideration. Thank you so much for your time and service to the people of San Mateo. We look forward to continuing to work with you to ensure equitable maps for our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega. Our next speaker is Ray. Ray, I'll give you 2 minutes to speak and you can start speaking now.
Hi, good evening. Mr. Clerk. My name is Ray Satore of Daly City. I am a member of the Filipino Bayanihan Resource Center, and we submitted our proposal through Rob Chua for the map. I just would like to talk that my presence here is more of to follow up what we have suggested, considering that I was the original one who sustained the redistricting in the San Mateo County about 2010. That was about almost 10 years ago when we sued the San Mateo County because of not following the Voting Rights Act of the Constitution of the United States of America. You remember that. So I'm just putting my presence here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. This will be the last call to raise your hands if you wish to speak on item number 2. I do see one another hand from Barbara Hooper. Barbara, I'll give you 2 minutes to speak and you can start speaking now.
Yeah, I still can only see you or me when I'm speaking. The same comment that Cindy had.
Oh, I think I'm sharing my screen for the timer. That's why you see the timer, but I have not spotlighted my video anymore. So I think you're under the attendee side. Maybe that's why.
Okay, thanks.
You have any comment or no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I do see several other hands come up.
And Mr. Clerk, just as a reminder, this public comment period is for items that are not on the agenda. If we're talking about maps, specific maps that have been submitted, that is item number 5. And so I would ask that folks who wish to speak about specific maps do so at that point on the agenda.
Thank you, Council. Barbara and Ray, you have already spoken, so I'm going to lower your hands. Okay, Julia Marks, I'm going to give you the permission to speak and you'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Yes, and my comment is not regarding a specific map, but more of a process comment. So good evening, commissioners. First, I wanted to say thank you so much for your service and all the time that you've been putting into this process. My name is Julia Marks, and I'm a voting rights attorney at Asian Americans Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus. I'm just calling to briefly highlight the legal requirements for map drawing. I know your line drawing consultants and county council have covered these concepts, but they bear repetition since they're so important and essential to this process. First, I just want to highlight that compliance with the Constitution and Federal Voting Rights Act are of the utmost importance. Next, as you know, the districts must be contiguous. But right after contiguity, the next most important criterion is respecting the integrity of communities of interest. Accordingly, I suggest that you clearly identify what communities of interest you've heard about from the public and continually ask yourselves whether each map that you are considering keeps all of these communities of interest whole to the best of your ability. We appreciate that you've talked through multiple maps, and we urge you to continue this conversation. These maps are going to be in effect for the next 10 years, and we recommend that you look at additional arrangements and map architectures before coming to a final decision. As an advisory commission made up of San Mateo's residents, you are uniquely positioned to think creatively and expansively about what San Mateo's maps can and should look like. Thank you so much for your time and thoughtfulness in this process.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Paul Pedersen. Paul, I'm going to give you the permission to speak. You'll have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Paul Pedersen, live on South Mayfair. I've been here, living here for 36 years. And sometimes in elections, things get very confusing. I really would like to see Daly City as a whole within the city limits stay as one district. That would be my preference, and also some of my neighbors that I've had a chance to talk to. I think it's just a lot easier when you have elections, when you have different boundaries, it gets a little confusing. And so that's my only comment. I just would urge you to try to keep Daly City as one district for voting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. And for the record, we do have Commissioner Chow now. Commissioner Chow, can you hear us? Commissioner Chow? Yeah, I'll come back. Our next and last speaker is Julie Shanson. Julie, I'm going to give you the permission to speak, and you'll have, oh, her hand just went down. Okay, maybe I'll allow 10 more seconds to folks to raise their hand if they wish to speak on item number 2, any commission related topics that are not on the agenda. Okay, Julie, I'm going to give you the permission to speak. You'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Julie Shanson, and I'm calling in today from Bellhaven Action. We're a nonprofit in Menlo Park. I want to thank you for what you're doing on behalf of democracy in San Mateo County. I want to echo the comments made by my colleagues to allow for additional meeting to be scheduled for the commission to thoroughly have time to review community input and the proposed maps that have been submitted by residents all over San Mateo County. It's useful to group communities of interest together. That includes the city of Menlo Park, but it also includes our neighbors to the north and south of us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And I believe this comment was probably for item number 8, but I think that should be okay. All right, I don't see any other hands raised. Commissioner Chow, I hope you can hear me now.
Okay. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, okay, perfect.
Oh, good evening. I'm sorry.
No problem. You are.
Thank you, Suki.
Thank you. Okay, and back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Number 3 action item on the agenda is to motion to set the agenda.
Through the chair, I have a recommendation to the commission. Agenda item number 5D. There's a discussion and a recommended draft map. Is it possible to split that? to 5, and then bring number 8, discussion and or action regarding future meetings, if any. Can we bring that action item, that agenda item up so that we have 20 maps or so to review, and we have lots of public comments, I assume, to listen to. So for us to absorb and to discuss, and then we really need time to think, should we request for an additional meeting, or should we make a recommendation? It is something that is a good time for us to take a break, is what I'm recommending. I don't know if I made it very clear, but I'm requesting number 5D to be split. We have the discussion, but then the recommendation, we move it down, and then we bring down the action item number 8 to 6, maybe have right after 5. I don't know what the commission, rest of the commission thinks about the idea, but this is what I'm recommending, so that we have the opportunity, so we are not forced to really just make something up. So we really think through it. This is something that is going to be sit for 10 years to come. So I want us to take that time, even if it's a 30 minutes, an hour, whatever it takes, to really think through this. So we need a little bit of time, especially I just heard that one of the maps is being worded incorrectly. And there are so many maps, I was trying to get through them all and I couldn't. And so this is what I request the chair. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's hear what the other commissioners have to say before I comment on that. And I'll start with Commissioner Nadina. I'm not sure whose hand was raised first, but let's go across talk. Commissioner Chan, I'll start with you.
Yeah, thanks for the thanks. I would like to offer a competing agenda amendment item. I would recommend we move item 8, discussion and or action regarding future meetings, ahead of item 5. So now item 5 would be discussing future meetings. Item 6 would be the public hearing on the draft maps and so on.
So noted. Commissioner Azon.
I was going to make the same proposal as Commissioner Chan to bring the decision about whether there will be an additional meeting before the discussion of maps.
Commissioner Azos, we have a very hard time hearing you.
Oh, excuse me. Let me change my microphone. Is this better?
I think so. Go ahead.
Okay, let me try that again, and I can change to a different headset if it doesn't work. I was going to agree with Commissioner Chan. I believe that we should make the decision about whether or not we're going to have another meeting before we hear discussion of maps this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Nadia.
Thank you. I'm having a hard time considering either of those proposals without having a clear idea about what the criteria is for moving forward on each proposal or eliminating each proposal. I'm not sure I'm willing to commit to additional meetings if we're going to spend a lot of time going over proposals that ultimately are unacceptable to any of us. So I know that there was a bit of controversy about my method of proposing to eliminate one of the maps for consideration, but I think that it's going to be an endless process no matter how many meetings we have if we don't have an orderly way to make decisions about each map.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Diner.
Yeah, I would strongly encourage us to get the work done tonight. We have a hard deadline. There's no reason why we can't get this done. We've had more than enough time and enough meetings to do this. And, I think extending is a bad idea. The worst case scenario for me in this scenario is that we're going to not make a decision, and the default will be the existing district lines right now, and it'll be taken entirely out of this board's hands because we didn't get it done. This commission's, and so I think we need to get it done tonight. I'd encourage us to have a quick vote to eliminate half of them, and then have a quick discussion on the remaining half that are left, and then eliminate half from there, and then get down to 3 or 4, and then spend a significant amount of time discussing the real proposals and advocating for one of them.
Thank you, Commissioner Diner. Commissioner Nicole. We can't hear you.
You couldn't read my hands? My thoughts were that instead of deciding if we have another meeting or if we review maps or don't review maps, I think that if we could come to an agreement on some universal objectives that we are all trying to achieve, then those maps that fall outside of that criteria can be left to be reviewed if we don't find a resolution in one of the first maps that meets the objectives that we're trying to achieve here. And so I just think if we could prioritize what we look at and look at the maps that look like they do most of remaining in unincorporated areas remaining intact, or cities that were split before are not split. If we could just kind of filter that out, or even ones that don't adhere to the regulation of deviation? I think we could not eliminate, leave those for later review if the maps we review early don't meet the measure that we're seeking to meet. So I just think if we prioritize the maps, we can make this a better process altogether. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. I'll give one last comment to Commissioner Chan.
I would like to formally move to move agenda item 8 to number 5 and bump every other agenda item incremented by 1.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion on the
Oh,
floor.
and if sorry, we'll have discussion.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I was going to say questions.
Through the chair, let me make it very clear. I am not suggesting that we are not making recommendations tonight. All I'm saying is if we pick 5 recommendations tonight, I want our commission to be able to think about those, take all the public comments into consideration, and then make the best decision, like pick top 3 at the next meeting. That is why I said have that as a fallback option. And I do disagree that we didn't have plenty of time to look at all the maps, because just a few days ago, so many maps were added, just 2-3 days ago. They were not there for the past 1 month. So we didn't have enough time. And I feel that I am not doing justice for my district. And that is the reason I am making a strong recommendation for the rest of the commission to think about it. It's not that I'm not saying don't make any decision. We will make decisions tonight. We recommend maybe 5-6 maps, a draft, and then we need little time to sit back and think about what did we decide among these 5, which are the top 3 that we want to recommend to the BOS. And that's the reason why I was asking, we might need one more meeting, and that's the reason why I seconded my motion. Thank you, to the chair.
Chair recognizes Justin Mates.
Thank you, Chair Lawrence, and I appreciate that everyone has a lot of thoughts on this piece of it, and I understand that there's a motion and a second on the table. I just wanted to add this one sort of comment for you all to consider. Agenda item number 8 was agendized as requested by the commission last time, so that if the commission felt that they wanted to set another meeting, you could legally take that action under the Brown Act. That being said, the exact order of 8 versus 5D is maybe a little bit not as important formally as is being discussed. I think certainly potentially under 5D, there may be discussions related to whether or not the commission can reach a final decision today. And so I don't know that the agenda as initially published would preclude that discussion just because number 8 is after number 5D. I just wanted to put that out there, that the existence of item 8 allows you all to make that decision at some point this meeting, but the exact order that you take this discussion, I think, is not as formally tied to the order of the agenda as is being discussed. And I would absolutely ask, County Council to correct me if I'm wrong on that.
No, I agree with you, Mr. Mates. I think that's accurate.
My take on this before we move to a vote is that, in order to make a decision on what we need another meeting, I'd like to see what we have tonight and go through the information so we all can decide based on where we are at the end of that discussion, end of the public comment, that we need another meeting. I don't know that right now. And as Mr. Mate said, the item 8 doesn't preclude us from not voting to ask for another meeting, either now or before we receive the information on the maps. But I'd rather receive the information and make more of a value judgment than to make that decision to change the order of the agenda at this point, at this juncture.
Through the chair, I'm fine with that. If
Lawrence,
that is a clarification, then I'm good. Thank you, Justin Mates. If that is the case, that we don't have to make recommendation like in agenda item number 5, we don't have to make a recommendation. I'm absolutely fine with that. Then that's good. We can keep it the way it is.
Chair Lawrence, if I may, okay, great. In terms of why I made this motion, so today, this morning, I looked on the website. There were a bunch of maps thrown up, like Commissioner Bonjapali said. I looked at all of them. I attempted to evaluate them along the criteria that we wanted. Later this afternoon, I checked the website again, and a whole bunch more maps got added. So then I went through with some help and looked at the maps again. And just before this meeting, more maps were posted. So there's a ton of maps that have been thrown at us just within the last couple of hours. Like, I'm sure none of us have looked at them yet ahead of the meeting. How can we make a decision in tonight's meeting without adequate preparation time beforehand? So I think with that information, knowing that at this moment, I have enough information to know that I want another meeting. And I want to be able to make that decision ahead of deciding on 5D.
There was a motion, it's been seconded, so I guess we'll take a vote.
Sure. So the motion by Commissioner Chan is to move item number 8 right after item number 4 and before item number 5. And Commissioner Bonjapali has seconded, so I'll take the roll call. Commissioner Azos?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Bonjapali?
Yes.
Commissioner Barber?
Oh.
I'm sorry?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Bledsoe?
Yes.
Commissioner Chan?
Yes.
Commissioner Chow?
Yes.
Commissioner Davis?
No.
Commissioner Dinan?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Espinoza?
Yes.
Commissioner Guerrero?
Yes.
Commissioner Monzon Ruiz? Commissioner Monzon Ruiz, you might be on mute.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Albert?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Salander?
Yes.
Chair Lawrence?
No.
Okay. Motion passes with 5 nays by Commissioner Barber, Davis, Dinan, Albert, and Lawrence. Please proceed, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is to set the agenda, so I'll ask for a motion.
I move and as amended.
Oh.
No, we'll have to change. Remember, we voted to move item up, so shouldn't she say that in the motion? The amended.
Yeah, as
now the
amended.
agenda.
That's what I said.
As amended. Great, thank you.
I second that.
I'm sorry, what was the motion again?
I move
The
that
motion was to
we
set
adopt
the
the
agenda.
agenda as amended.
I believe we did that already, Council, right? Under number 3, to action to set the agenda.
I mean, technically, the motion was to amend the agenda to move item 8 before item 5.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the agenda has been set with that amendment. And I'm comfortable with that at this point.
Okay. All right, then I'll ask for a motion to approve the minutes.
I move.
Second.
Thank you. And that was Espinoza. Okay, and just to clarify, approval of minutes for 9:20, 9:23, 10:07, and 10:21. Okay, I'll take the roll call. Commissioner Azos,
Yes.
Commissioner Mandapali,
Yes.
Commissioner Barber,
Yes.
Commissioner Batso, Commissioner Batso, I'm gonna check really quick. Commissioner Bledsoe, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chan,
Yes.
Commissioner Chow,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Dinan,
Yes.
Commissioner Espinoza,
Yes.
Commissioner Guerrero,
Yes.
Commissioner Monzon Ruiz,
Yes.
Commissioner Albert,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Romero,
Yes.
Commissioner Salander,
Yes.
and Chair Lawrence.
Yes.
Okay, minutes have been approved. Please proceed, Mr. Chair.
Okay, next item on our agenda is the presentation of the draft maps.
So, Mr. Chair, it will be actually item number 8 because that was moved up.
Oh, that's right, item 8. Okay, so discussion and action regarding a future meeting, if any. I'll ask for comments or suggestions. First, before we proceed, Brian, would you explain where we are in the process and the challenges we have with an additional meeting?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Chair Lawrence. I mean, the challenges that we faced tonight were basically the same challenges we faced the last meeting. The board is considering this item on November 9th. Under the law, for the board to potentially adopt draft maps that are recommended by this commission, those draft maps have to be published at least 7 days before the board makes that decision. That leaves us with a potential, if the commission is so inclined, a potential meeting on November 1st. There'll be a special meeting. We could notice that meeting tomorrow. 24 hours notice would be sufficient. But that's essentially the option the commission has for all the reasons we've discussed before. The board needs to have its public hearings. It needs to consider the draft maps that are recommended, and it needs to make a final decision before December 15th.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Commissioner Azon.
Thank you. So it's my thought that we should not have or plan for a second meeting. I'm
Could you speak a
sympathetic
little
to-
louder? I don't think we can hear you clearly.
Apologies.
Mr. Chair, I think Commissioner might have left the meeting and probably going to rejoin. So
Why don't we go to Commissioner Diane? We're coming back to him then. Commissioner Diane.
Yeah, hi. I think we need to get this done tonight. I don't think we have time to go forward with this. We need to get through and, start evaluating maps and voting them up and down and moving on. And I'd say that if we got to the end of this in the meeting tonight and, well, I'm moving around, and thought that we didn't have enough time, maybe we could do an emergency motion at that point. But at this point, we need to start looking at maps, making thumbs up or thumbs down, and moving forward. I mean, we're 45 minutes into this meeting. We haven't gotten anything done yet except talking about the process.
Thank you. Commissioner Narapati.
Thank you, to the chair. We have almost over 20 maps that were submitted, and I think it's important that we do take time to review each map. And I'm not saying that we need to have definitely a meeting, but I request that the reason why I suggest we have another meeting is if we identify at least 5 maps, given all the criteria, that would be awesome if we could do it tonight. Looking at all those 20 maps, listening to all the public comments, absorbing them, and really thinking through them not just on the moment make the decision, because the entire county depending on us, these 15 commissioners, you are asked to make recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. We need to do our due diligence. That means we need to review all the maps, listen to all the public comments, think about it, take the federal law, the state law, all the things into consideration. I'm not saying don't make recommendation. We make recommendation, but pick few maps, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever number. And then let's sit on it, think about it. What are the unintended consequences if we go through with these 5 or 6 maps that we identify? And then come back on the November 1st that we have the day, and we all 15 of us get to share our top 3 priorities. We prioritize them, and whichever one gets the votes, the top 3, those 3 we make recommend to the Board of Supervisors. And that's why I recommend that we should have one more meeting to really do our due diligence. And that's what required of us to do.
Thank you, Commissioner. And let me remind everyone, we are behind schedule. So if we can, let's limit our comments as much as we possibly can. Commissioner Guerrero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a point of clarification that I wanted to direct towards Mr. Mates or County Council. You know, I think we've had some discussion around if there's a certain set amount that of recommended maps that we have to submit over to the board. I think that would be just something that would be helpful for myself, and I'm sure to the other commissioners. I also am sort of of the same alignment with Commissioner Bandropoli that we should be able to. And I guess from what other commissioners have brought up is we should agree on a set of standards that we're looking for and use that to guide our discussion to narrow down the list of maps that I think we would want to recommend, and from there I think determine if that warrants another meeting. But that was my point. It was just a point of clarification, and that would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Commissioner Olbert.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lawrence. Couple of very brief comments. First, and I'll let Brian clarify this if I'm wrong. My understanding is that if we schedule another meeting, I don't think we can tell the public or even any commission members, hey, you can't submit any more maps. The deadline's passed, which means that there's a possibility of more maps coming in between now and whenever the next meeting is. That's point number one to think about, potentially. The other thing is I really agree with Chair Lawrence's comments. I know people are getting a little frustrated and frazzled, but we are starting to repeat ourselves. And if we can minimize doing that, it'd be great, because we don't have an awful lot of time here to whatever, however many meetings we have. The last thing is, I very much appreciate the comment that was made that maybe we ought to agree on some principles of how we would rank maps. But I would also, in all honesty, point out to my colleagues that that was something that I know I tried to bring up at the last meeting, and we actually didn't do it. And I'm not criticizing anybody for that. I'm just indicating we better remind ourselves that that sounds good in principle, but I don't think we're going to be able to do that in the time we've got. I think it'll take us weeks to figure out what the principles are. And we're almost, we're down to short strokes, and maybe what we ought to do is just be looking at maps and picking 2 or 3 of the least bad ones that we can find. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Espinosa.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my fellow commissioners for being here and providing comment. I do want to support Commissioner Bandropoli's comments. I spent a good part of the day today trying to review as many maps as possible. In fact, I realized that at the rate I was going, it was mathematically impossible for me to review all of them before this meeting. In fact, some maps were added right before this meeting started. With that being said, I think that we can be smart about this. If we have the opportunity to add one more meeting, is that we focus this meeting on reviewing those maps, maybe narrowing it down to the ones that we want to dive into more, and save another meeting for us to fully go into, y'all are mentioning 4 or 5 maps, right? And that we save that for the following discussion on Monday. I am with everyone here. I don't want to sit here till 2 o'clock in the morning reviewing this. It's not fair to us, and it's not fair to the public. And the only way that the public can be engaged the entire time, if we break it up and that we make it in simple and more simple steps for people to be able to participate. If we are expecting people to wait around hours to provide public comment, I feel like that is a disrespect to everyone who has taken part. You have heard already in the beginning, there have been multiple organizations and members of the community that have spent a lot of time and that are really invested in this. We need to respect that. It is our job that when we sign up to be commissioners to really take our time to choose what is best for the county of San Mateo. So I'm going to suggest that we add Monday. I'm not going to make the motion because I don't know if people are supportive of that. But if there are, I would ask folks to speak up. Before we make a motion, I don't want to make a motion for it just to simply fail. But I will say for us to consider that we should spend this meeting to review, get as much information as we can from the 20+ maps that are up there. Try to narrow it down if we can agree on those principles. This is where I do disagree with Commissioner Olber. I think we can set some standards. We've been kind of repeating them over and over, not splitting too many cities, not splitting the same cities we split before. There's some universal standards that I think that there's 15 of us, 8 of us have to agree on. And I think that we can make a motion to pass those. Commissioner Davis has presented that already. Commissioner Olber presented that in the last meeting. I think we're on the same page and we can move forward, but at least we can narrow it down to those top ones and save it for Monday. I appreciate Commissioner Chan for presenting the idea of moving this beforehand. I do not want to sit here for 8 hours and then figure out if we need to go in another meeting. Let's split it up. Let's be fair. Let's give the opportunity for the public to give public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Espinosa. Mr. Mace is next, I believe.
Thank you, Chair Lawrence. Just a couple of comments, and I know several commissioners have recognized that the maps have been sort of coming in and have still come in this afternoon. We received a substantial number of maps right at the deadline that needed to be processed. This was an incredible process, really, when you think about how many people have submitted comments and maps. We've gotten over 200 submissions from folks in various forms, including a number of maps. As you see now, we're almost up to 30 maps. Like I said, a bulk of which came in right at the deadline that was set, which was the 25th. Our demographer consultant has been processing them. I completely appreciate and understand that the maps weren't up as soon before this meeting as many would have liked. While pre-meeting preparation is absolutely desirable, I do want to note today that we do have our demographer, 2 representatives from our demographer for here today. They will be going over every map. They will be describing them, showing them to you all so that you can see them for yourself, that their demographer expertise will be shared with you as to help give you that additional overlay on the understanding of the maps. I did want to identify that for you all because we didn't do so much of that last meeting, but that will happen under item what is now 6A. And so I encourage the commission to proceed to 6A after this item is over so that you all can see the rest of the maps this evening. And then I do notice that County Council has his hand up as well, and I'm wondering if he has anything to add to my points.
So I'll defer to, sorry, I'll defer to Mr. Johnson and the other commissioners first. I was going to respond to the questions that were posed, but I'll defer to the others first and then answer last.
Okay, out of respect, let me go to Commissioner Salazar. She hasn't had a chance to comment tonight yet.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to really briefly say that I would like to support the addition of an extra meeting on November 1st. I don't think we should be deterred in any way from making big strides tonight. Say we do happen to make a recommendation, that's fabulous. We can go on and make November 1st a continuation of the postmortem analysis that I know many of us want to do. And that way the public can be more heavily involved in that. So we shouldn't be deterred, but I think it's a great idea just to add it.
Thank you, Commissioner Salazar. Mr. Johnson, please.
Thank you, Chair and members of the commission. And for those that I haven't met, I'm Doug Johnson from National Demographics, and been working with Ms. Parks through this process and with county staff through the whole time, but haven't been able to attend a meeting so far. So it's my pleasure to meet you all. And one thing I want to note, as County Council noted, the meeting would have to be on Monday. And the challenge we face is believe me, we understand your schedule frustration. all 500 plus jurisdictions going through this process right now in California are feeling that same frustration, given how compressed, insanely compressed this timeline is. The additional challenges that because of scheduling and how much is happening so fast, neither Ms. Parks nor myself nor anyone from our team is available Monday evening. So if you wanted, you can meet without us there and just, you know, choose a map, or alternatively, the meeting would need to be in the daytime, late morning or afternoon, if you wanted to have demographer assistance there. So just wanted to have that, make sure that you're all aware of that scheduling challenge, because yeah, between the COVID and the delays in the census that came from it, and then the delays in the state data and the state actually moving the deadline up to file on top of everything else, everyone's timeline is insanely compressed, and I share your frustration, believe me. But I did want to make sure that you're aware of that, just so you, as you're making this important decision, you understand we don't have anyone available for Monday night because we are so close to the deadline. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Azon for the final comment.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I wanted to add another question for County Council, I believe, which is if we were to do something like we narrow things down to the top 5 maps and want to make a decision amongst them, would new maps still be permitted to be submitted? Was there a deadline for like the end of those? Is there still public comment coming in? I'm both sympathetic to Commissioner Chan's comments about the fact that 20 new maps came in today, but also am concerned about the fact that on Monday, 20 more maps could show up.
Great. I can answer that now or wait
Please.
for Commissioner Bondir-Pauli. So yeah, we did impose a deadline for map submission of October 25th by midnight. So that was the cutoff. The delay in getting the maps uploaded to the site was, you know, kind of back end demography kind of analysis that Doug and his team do. Also kind of ensuring that the maps that were submitted through Maptitude were properly released to us. There was a delay on their end. So to answer your question, we did impose a deadline of the 25th for the specific purpose of ensuring or attempting to ensure that there was not an endless supply of maps being provided to you all. So that's I think answers that question and a question that another commissioner had asked. The other question was, is there a set amount of maps that you have to submit to the board? And the answer is no. You have discretion as to how many maps you feel is appropriate to submit and how you submit those. We talked last time about potentially ranking or doing something of that nature. You have discretion in that respect. And so for those of you who feel we have to get down to 3 maps or 2 maps or 1 map, that's not the case. You know, your job is essentially to help direct the public to maps that are legally valid, because this process continues, right? Once you all submit those maps to the Board of Supervisors, the board is going to have its own open meetings where the public is going to be able to comment, and there will be, you know, further robust discussion of these maps. And so, you know, your roles really are twofold, right? On the front end, it's to engage the public and ensure that there is participation. And I think we've done that pretty well. You all have done that really well. Look at the number of maps that have been submitted, the number of comments that have been submitted, the number of attendees who are looking to comment this evening. So I think, you know, goal 1 has been accomplished. Goal 2 is for you all to kind of help put together a packet of maps that lets the public focus on, you know, a particular set of maps, so they can have, you know, further conversation when these items actually come before the board for the board's final adoption. And I think those were the only 2 specific questions that were asked. If there were others I did not answer, please let me know.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. The chair recognizes Commissioner Barber.
Thank you, Chair Lawrence. I was open to the idea of having another meeting, but after listening to the comments here today and hearing that our map experts will not be available, I'm also concerned that if we have to have another meeting in the middle of the day, that maybe some commissioners will not be available. So I just want to make a comment that, while we may be gaining more time by having another meeting, we may be losing other resources. Like we have everyone here today and we have our map experts here today. And under the circumstances, I think, I don't want to trade more time for expertise and the voices of all the commissioners. So I think that we should probably try to get it done today. If we can get it to 5, we can get it to 1, or if we can get it to wherever we need it to be to send something over to the commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Bauer. Commissioner Polly.
Through the chair. So my reasoning for another meeting is not that if we pick, let's say 10 or 5, whatever, that's not the point. Like when we make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, we want to really show them that we have done our due diligence, and we need to justify why we say map 1 when we prioritize it. Why is map 1, map 1 should be on the top of the list, map 2 should be the number 2. We need to be able to justify those things, why we are, and we want to do it as a one team, one message. So to do that, we need time as a team to think through why we would say X should be number 1, Y should be number 2. And that makes their life also very, Board of Supervisors, it makes it easy for them. And when they go to the public, they have something to go with. We have justifications lined up. Why? What are the criteria we used to pick number 1 to something to be number 1 or number 2, number 3? What is our reasoning behind it? And those are the kind of things we won't be able to do tonight because we don't have enough time. This is how you do in a corporate world. And I'm really disappointed with NDC because, first of all, they should make themselves available. If you're working in a corporate world and you say you're not available, this is such a critical time, and you say, well, you should be able to find resources to support us if we have an additional meeting. And I would definitely say this is not how a company should promote themselves. They should have really given us the time we needed and have the maps for the commission. At least 25th is the deadline. They should have been there. Whether back-end issues, front-end issues, we have to figure it out, make it happen. And that's how it works in the corporate world where I work. I don't get a choice. I have to get the work done. If I need additional resources, I have to get them and I have to get the work done. I'm sorry. I am for the public, and I would make my voice to be heard to everybody. We have to do our due diligence and we need to prioritize them. We need to justify why we prioritize this based on whatever criteria all the commission will pick. I'm sorry, I've taken a lot of time.
Thank you, Commissioner Polly. The chair is going to recognize Commissioner Blevin, and then we need to come to a vote and decide how we're going to move forward on this. I think we've heard enough public comment. I think everyone understands the pros and the cons of either way. So I'll recognize Commissioner Betzell.
I just want to move the agenda and begin considering the maps.
Thank you, Commissioner Betzell. So with that in mind, the question before us is, do we formally request another meeting for November 1? Do we need to take a vote?
Chair Lawrence, I'd also note we need public comment on this issue as well. It is an agendized item.
Was there any public?
Sure, go ahead. Please.
Go ahead, Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, I can call for public comment for item number 8. Members of the public, if you wish to speak on item number 8, which is regarding discussion and or action regarding future meetings, please do click raise hand feature now in Zoom. Thank you. I do see 4 hands raised. Once again, this comment will be only limited to item number 8. Mr. Ray, I'm going to give you the permission to talk and you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening again, Mr. Chair. My name is Commissioner Ray Satori of Daly City. My point is, if this is for about district of San Mateo, if it is broken, why do we have to fix it? That's number 1. All I want is fair, just, and right for the proper representation of all the people here. I don't believe in the so-called universal jury here. What we believe is fair, just, and right to everybody. And I fully subscribe to the idea of Commissioner Nirmala when he said that you should present at least 5, because it is very confusing to be representing 20, 10. That's your job as a commissioner. You were given the mandate to work this out. Present this at least 3 maps that should not be confusing. Let us not be too smart here, making several political gerrymandering or political things that you want to present to yourself. All we want is see to it that this is done on time. We have to prioritize this because the supervisor can also getting your recommendation. They are the final arbiter of this. They are the one who will approve this. It's not you. You are only there to give your recommendation to them. In the final analysis, it will be the supervisor that will approve it. They can even amend it. They want it based on their power. So I think like Daly City, why do you have to divide this? Why do you have to separate this? Or why do you have to cut this off? This to me is just political gerrymandering. So I presume that your job as commissioner is to focus on what your mandate is. So I presume that finish this, make a recommendation. You are not the one going to approve it. It is the Board of Supervisors finally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. Our next speaker is Rick Lohman, followed by Julia Marks. Rick, I'm going to give you the permission to talk and you'll have 2 minutes.
I'll be very quick. I live in the unincorporated area. I recommend you toss all the maps that are population illegal. Just get rid of them. Let's talk about the real maps. Let the public talk. Let's start talking about the maps. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Lohman. Our next speaker is Julia Marks, followed by Pam Jones. Julia, I'm going to give you the permission to talk and you'll have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Julia. I'll keep this quite short, but I wanted to clarify something regarding the timeline. I actually worked on the state statute that sets out the timelines for local redistricting. There is no legal deadline that stops you as the advisory commission from holding your meeting after November 1st. For example, you could hold your meeting on November 2nd or 3rd or 4th. Council indicated that the board wants to decide this on November 9th, but that is discretionary. The deadline is December 15th for the Board of Supervisors to take their final vote. The ordinance creating the commission actually gives you until November 12th to make your recommendations to the board. So please keep that in mind when you're taking your vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Pam Jones, followed by April Vargas. Pam, I'm going to give you the permission to talk. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Pam Jones, a resident of Menlo Park, California. I concur with Mr. Lohman. Between now and Monday, DNC should be able to flag all of the maps that do not comply. Then the commission can meet without DNC and discuss all of the maps that do comply. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Okay, this is the last call to raise your hand for item number 8. I do see one additional hand, April Vargas. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. Please proceed.
Thank you. I want to thank the previous speaker, Julia Marks, for making it clear that you do actually have, the commission has a little bit more time. And I want to, as a member of the public, say that I appreciate what the commission's doing. And my expectation is that the commission is going to speak for the residents to the Board of Supervisors. And the degree to which this process is rushed along and the comments of the commissioners are not taken seriously, I feel that I am not being well served by the county. So I agree with previous speakers also that maps that do not comply should be eliminated to not only speed up the process, but to keep the commission focused on maps that can actually be decided upon. And I appreciate the comments from Commissioners Bandrapali and also Espinosa, because I know the two of them, particularly based on their comments tonight, really want to do a credible and conscientious job of recommending maps that represent what's best for the county and the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I've already made the last call to raise your hand for item number 8. So I don't see any more hands raised. If you wish to email your comment, please do so by emailing districtlines@smcgov.org, and your comment will be made part of the record. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I'll ask County Council on item 8. Do we need to take a vote?
Yeah, if we're to be setting another meeting, if that's the issue, then there needs to be a motion and a vote.
Okay.
I do want to comment just very briefly, if you'll give me 45 seconds to respond regarding the timeline. Back in August, when the board created this commission by resolution, it did indicate a deadline of November 12th, but also said that it reserved the right to advance or basically delay that deadline dependent on the needs of the board. The board has set the matter for consideration on the 9th, and the board will be considering this issue on the 9th. That's the reality of it, and I can't change that at this point. Also, when the board set this commission up in August, it contemplated 8 meetings of the commission. This is your 10th meeting, and Monday will be the 11th. And so just wanted to comment on the timing and deadline issue. Look, I more than anyone wish we had more time. This is the hand we're dealt, right? It's a terrible hand based on COVID, based on census delay, and there's really nothing we can do about it. You know, the data was released the first week of October, and we had to give the public time to consider that data and submit maps. So here we are on the 28th, and the board has to make a decision by the 15th. There's no way around that. And so anyway, just wanted to respond to the public comment regarding timing. But to answer your question, Chair Lawrence, if there is a desire to potentially add a meeting, sounds like there's been discussion both ways. So I would recommend that there be a motion if that's what the commission wants to consider.
Thank you, Ryan. I see 2 commissioners raise their hand. Are you raising your hand for further questions, or you want to make a motion? So I'll start with Commissioner Chan.
I move that we schedule a meeting for November 1st at the same 6:30 time to maximize participation.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
I second that, but I also have just a quick comment on that. So my recommendation for the November 1st meeting is not to discuss new maps, is not to discuss any of the maps that are non-compliant. Only look at the maps that the team picks, commissioners pick tonight, whatever number of maps that are compliant, that makes sense, we pick tonight, only those will be reviewed on November 1st and will be prioritized while we recommend to the BOS so that their work, they don't have to do as extensive work as we did. It is just, that's just the right thing to do. Thank you.
Commissioner Chow. You're muted.
Mr. Chow, you need to unmute your mic. We can't hear you, Commissioner.
Can't.
Sorry, Commissioner Chow, we cannot hear you. Chair, up to your discretion if you.
Okay, I'm going to recognize Justin Mates.
Thank you, Chair Lawrence. I noticed that there's been a motion and a second. I do think, given how quick November 1st is around the corner, that we should just confirm that a quorum of the commission will actually be available. So maybe we could do this as a suggestion, Chair Lawrence. If any commissioner is not going to be available, if they could maybe identify that, maybe, well, I could say raise your hand, but at this point, maybe that would be confusing. But in some way, if you could identify if you're not going to be able to make it, because if we don't have a quorum, I think that might be important information for the commission to consider.
Through the chair, is that for the daytime or the evening meeting are you speaking of, Mr. Mates?
The motion was for a 6:30 meeting.
So council, maybe when I take the roll call, the commissioners can mention that. Is that possible?
I think we can do that before we take the vote, Suki. As basically in the vein of commissioner comments. I feel, as Mr. Mates has indicated, it is helpful information to know whether or not we're going to have a quorum that may impact the ultimate decision.
Sure. So I think if commissioners, if you are able to attend that meeting on November 1st at 6:30, why don't you just raise your hand so then we'll count, how many commissioners will be present at that time. So just click raise hand feature if you're able to attend the November 1st meeting at 6:30. Okay. I'll just wait maybe 15, 20 seconds. I'm showing 10 hands, 1, 2, 12 hands. So Chair Lawrence, we will have majority at present on that day.
Okay, so I guess we'll move forward with the vote. It's been moved and second.
Yes. And commissioners, if you could lower your hand, that would be great. So the motion is made by Commissioner Chan to set another meeting for November 1st at 6:30, seconded by Commissioner Bandapalli. I'll take the roll call now. Commissioner Azos?
No.
Commissioner Bandapalli?
Yes.
Commissioner Barber?
No.
No, that is no, right?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Bledsoe?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Chan?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Chow?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Davis?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Dinan?
No.
Commissioner Espinoza?
Yes.
Commissioner Guerrero?
No.
Commissioner Monzon Ruiz?
Yes.
Commissioner Albert?
No.
Commissioner Romero?
No.
Commissioner Salander?
Yes.
And Chair Lawrence?
No.
Thank you. Motion fails. 8 commissioners have voted nay against the motion, so the motion does not pass.
Thank you, Chair. Our next item on the agenda is to item 5, presentation of the draft maps.
Okay, that's me. Good evening, commissioners. I acknowledge the frustration that you are all feeling. I'm going to share my screen, try to minimize my comments, and focus primarily this evening on showing you the maps that are new since your last meeting and giving you the opportunity to ask clarifying questions and discuss those drafts. I do want to start quickly with just a review of the process for any members of the public. I know we have more people here tonight than we have had, I believe, at any of the previous meetings. And I want to commend the outreach that has been done and the participation. And I know there are many jurisdictions that wish they had the same problem that San Mateo County has, which is receiving so many maps. So with that, I have a few slides very quickly. Obviously, the current district map was the first time that San Mateo County had been divided into supervisorial districts. This map was put in place in 2013. And since we have new census data from 2020, we do go through this process. And on this timeline here, I've grayed out the stuff we've already done. So just for the benefit of the public, the board did direct us to hold community workshops targeted to each of the 5 districts. That happened throughout the month of September, educating the public about the process and soliciting public comment. I think that those workshops started to pay off in October when the commission began their deliberative meetings. And of course, in November, the board will be meeting and the deadline is December. Really quickly, we are talking a lot tonight about whether or not maps are legally compliant. The first and foremost thing that we're looking for is population balance. So you will see us identifying maps, and if you look on the website, you will see maps identified as not population balanced. What that means is that's an indication that the map is not going to be legally compliant. And what we're hearing from the commissioners is that they do not want to consider maps that are not legally compliant. We will also, if it comes up, be talking about Federal Voting Rights Act, and of course, how important it is to take care not to dilute the voting power of protected classes of voters and not engage in racial gerrymandering. What is driving this process is also a new California state law that requires us to consider 5 factors in order when evaluating potential district boundaries. The first is geographic contiguity. And again, we will identify any maps that are not contiguous, meaning that any of the districts are not whole pieces and therefore would not be compliant. We highlight the second criterion under California law, minimizing the division of neighborhoods and communities of interest. And this is where we've received quite a lot of public comment, which has informed the maps that NDC has drafted for your consideration. We've heard a lot of conversation and discussion and efforts in this process about the third criterion under California law, which is to minimize the divisions of our cities and our census designated places. So I just started creating a spreadsheet that identifies which cities are split in each of the draft maps up for your consideration. I think that may be helpful to you. I will share my screen. It's not completed, but I think we can fill it in together tonight as well as we review maps. 4 easily identifiable boundaries and 5 compactness. And then again, any other goals that may come up. So that's just a quick review so that the public understands what our requirements are under law. I do want to point out also that the current district boundaries are considered legally compliant. So what that means is that the current district boundaries have equal enough population across all of the districts. That total deviation is under 10%. We will be looking at maps tonight that bring that total deviation even lower, meaning that these districts would be even more population balanced, which is a fine goal to have for this process. But I do think it's important to understand that for those commissioners who say, you know, the worst case scenario is keeping the current boundaries for another 10 years, at least there is an indication, you know, that the current boundaries are at least population balanced. I think what that means is that focusing on how we can improve or make or adopt a map that's better is definitely the intent of this commission after listening to all of the feedback from the public. So those are the numbers we're working with. We also received quite a number of community of interest surveys that were done by staff, which were fantastic. All of this is posted on the website, will remain there for 10 years. I just wanted to point this out again and show that NDC has been taking this into consideration with the 7 maps that we have created, that it's not just cities that we are trying to minimize the division of. It is also these communities of interest that the public has testified to. So here is the list of all of the maps that we have received thus far. It is a lot, it's overwhelming, it's frustrating. Trust me, we feel the same way. However, receiving 20 public maps is fantastic. 6 of them are not population balanced, so that reduces that number down to 14. Some of these you have already seen. NDC has 7 maps, 3 of which you have already seen and 4 of which are new tonight. We also received, through quite a bit of effort, maps from 2 commissioners, and I just want to acknowledge all of the hard work that these commissioners are doing and volunteering their time for this public service. We also received the Unity map, as we heard tonight, from a group of organizations within the county. So all of these maps are available on the website. Some of them have been processed in PDF form. Others are links to the website, District R. All of them are there for review. And yes, it's been down to the wire to get those up. And I hope that you've been assured by staff that there will be no more maps coming if you do have an additional meeting, or if you are concerned about that. I'd like to switch over now to the maps.
Ms. Parks, just a point of clarification.
Absolutely.
We do have maps that came in today, let's say, that have not been uploaded onto the site here that may or may not be legally compliant.
Is that a question or?
It's a question. So we have maps that came in that you haven't uploaded yet, and we don't know if they're legally compliant or not. Am I correct?
I am not aware of any additional maps other
Okay, so
than
all the maps you
what is on
received.
this list.
So Chair Lawrence, this is Doug Johnson. I would just add that as county councils mentioned, the county and this commission had set a deadline of the 25th for residents to submit maps.
So anything after 25th is not included in this?
If it came in at that point, correct.
Yes. Was there, I'm sorry, I'm sharing my screen. Was there another point of clarification before we jump into these?
Question.
Okay, great.
I have a question, clarification.
Yeah, I have a question too, and my hand was up first.
Sorry, go ahead. Chair recognizes Commissioner Over.
Thank you. Just a very, very quick question, Kristen, is what role, if any, did county staff and the board have in the creation of the consultant maps?
So to my knowledge, the board had no participation in it. And county staff in the creation of the NDC maps.
Yeah, Kristen, I can take that.
Yeah,
Kristen,
thank you.
Yeah, so I drew the NDC maps, and no, there was no direction from staff or any communication from board members whatsoever. Yeah,
Chair recognizes Commissioner Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question, it's a legal question. I noticed in your presentation, Kristen, that the current map of the districts with the new population that you mentioned it's within the rules of deviation, but I did see that District 2, I believe, was at 5.9% over. Is that legal? I thought it was plus or minus 5% for each district. So I just want to clarify if I misunderstood.
It's an excellent question. It's very confusing. For the sake of time, I apologize, but I do think it's important to note that total deviation is not a sum of the deviation of each district from the ideal. It's actually the difference between the largest population size district and the smallest population size district, right? So you're going to take the biggest district's population, subtract the smallest district's population, divide it by the ideal number. That's how you get the percentage.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, of course.
Commissioner, Chair recognize Chair Azon.
Thank you. I just wanted to note, it looks like 52056, which is listed as in compliance right now, is listed as not population balanced on the site. Should we take a quick zip through and, or maybe someone from NDC can take a quick trip through and just make sure that the ones that are population balanced are and the ones that aren't?
Yes. So remember that 57388 was voted to be removed from consideration. And 52056 is not population balanced. So you're right, that should be indicated there on the website as well. And 51492, we can see this, of course, by double checking by looking at the deviation, is also not population balanced. And 51501 is also not population balanced.
Sorry, so I know that one thing we had considered was to basically throw out all non-population balanced maps. I had heard that mentioned by commissioners previously. If that is the case, we probably should figure out which ones would be in or out, and kind of what that number is. It looks like you've already done it, but when I spot check and the first one's wrong, it makes me concerned.
Yeah, understandable. There's been a lot of edits, not just NDC, but staff to this page today. So
yeah, Kristen, if I might, while we go through presentation, then one of the suggestions we have for how the commission should proceed is there's no need to spend time debating and ruling out any maps. The commission can purely focus its discussion on choosing a map. So there's no requirement that the commission walk through in its deliberations. Obviously, you need to be aware of and have been presented all the maps, but then you can focus on the positive side of which maps do people want to affirmatively go forward. And that'll save you a ton of time in your discussion rather than debating what maps to eliminate, if you just focus your discussions on what maps you want to keep and advance. And at that point, as people present maps that they like, we can certainly double check them, and that'll save you a lot of time this evening.
And I just want to add that the maps we were just talking about were presented at previous meetings. So I am only going to be showing you the new maps tonight. So you've already seen NDC's minimal change map, coast map, and city focus map. So there are 4 additional NDC maps, 2 commissioner maps, the unity map from community organizations, and then these are the public maps that are population balanced. So that is what I am hoping to get through with you tonight.
Point of order, I see that Commissioner Chan has his hand raised. Let's do this. Let's allow her to go through all the maps. But I think the commissioners want to see the maps themselves. Then I'll come back and take comments or questions. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. So we can start really quickly with the NDC maps, and I'm going to look at them here on the interactive review map. So this is this map here. If you click at the bottom of the draft map page, you come to this interactive review map. It will allow us to switch back and forth quickly between the maps. And no, not all, that whole long list of new maps are not that came through District R from the public that were not shared to the public gallery. And we had to go through some efforts to actually locate them and make sure they didn't fall through the cracks. Those are not here, but they are available on District R. So I'm going to show you the NDC maps here. And of course, here's the current maps. I'm going to uncheck those. So we're not going to look at those right now. Hopefully the commissioners are familiar with that. And I want to start with NDC's Coast 2 map. So this is one that you haven't seen before. This is in response to public testimony about the coast. So you can see, and if the numbers are here. So that's the legend here. We can zoom in a little bit. I'm happy to take questions on any of these maps. Of course, the demographic information is here in the PDFs that accompany the map. So you can see that this map has a total deviation of 7.89%. And you can also see the breakdown of the citizen voting age by race and ethnicity as well for this and the other NDC maps as well. One of the goals here was to not divide Daly City and to keep the coast together. So I'm going to go through all of these maps very quickly, and then we can come back and zoom in and answer questions. So that's the first new map from NDC tonight. There is an NDC unsplit South San Francisco map, because as we recall, South San Francisco is one of the cities that is divided under the current boundary lines. So you can see here that South San Francisco is kept intact in this map. Different from the coast map, you now have Pacifica joined into the District 5 with Daly City. So the real challenge in terms of population and not splitting certain cities, a lot of that challenge happens here in the northern part of the county. So that's why you're seeing it zoomed in a little bit here. This was a lot of the direction that we took last week. Then there is another option, NDC unsplit South San Francisco 2, which is very similar in the northern part of the county. There's some difference in the rest of the county. And then there is another city-focused map that attempts to minimize the division of cities, because that's something that we've been hearing a lot from the commissioners. So what I wanted to do, if I can pull up the spreadsheet that is somewhere on my computer here. Let me temporarily stop that share. Just so you can see for these NDC maps, I want you to see the comparison of which cities are split, because I know that will probably be one of the first questions that you have for me. So I'm going to go back to sharing my screen now that I have that up. And so for these 4 new NDC maps, let me zoom in on this in a way that perhaps you can see it. The 4 new NDC maps are in green here. So you can see that the coast map is the first one I showed you is splitting South San Francisco, San Mateo, and Redwood City. The map that keeps South San Francisco intact, the first one is splitting Burlingame, San Mateo, and Redwood City. The second one was only splitting Burlingame. And then the city focused 2 map that is the last one I just pulled up is only splitting 2 cities, Redwood City and South San Francisco. So there's a lot of challenges and a lot of different things to weigh here. But those are the 4 maps that NDC has presented for tonight. I also have here the Unity map for your review. And the Unity map, I tried to identify all of the cities that were split. I'm not sure if I missed any, but I understand it's splitting Burlingame, San Mateo, San Carlos, Redwood City, and Atherton. And if we go back to the webpage, again, you can open and see the demographics. This has a total deviation of 4%, so it is population balanced as well, and it preserves the Asian American Pacific Islander voter majority in District 5. And then moving from the Unity map to the other map that I have in this particular interactive review map, we have Commissioner Olbert's map, which is dividing South San Francisco, San Bruno, San Mateo, Redwood City, Atherton, and Burlingame. Again, I think that's a complete list. And let me show you very quickly the population balance numbers for that map. So this map is not population balanced. And then I did not get Commissioner Espinosa's map into the review site, so I'm going to show the PDF here. This map only splits Burlingame, so you can see that here. Every other city is kept intact. This map is population balanced with a total deviation of 7.37%. And you can see the other demographic breakdowns there. So the public maps, really quickly, that we can go through are indicated as population balanced. However, this was using old data, so it's likely they will remain population balanced when we process them according to the new census numbers. This is another reason why we have been struggling with the influx of last minute maps, is because this tool was actually updated, I believe, right before or right after your deadline for map submissions, which is just obviously the worst possible timing coming from the software vendor for this. But I will really quickly show you these maps, because I think one of the wonderful things about San Mateo County is that you are receiving not only a large number of maps from the public, but also a high quality of maps from the public. Obviously, you can zoom in and out here. It can be difficult on District R's webpage here to identify whether or not cities are split. However, you can look at the evaluation to see CVAP and other demographic data, and you can compare it to the current district boundaries. So there is a little bit of a limitation here, similar to the interactive review map, in that it's difficult to see whether or not cities are divided. At this point of looking at maps, I think you probably are all starting to become very familiar with the boundaries of the cities. So as am I. Close those. 69935. Maximum deviation with the, this one is actually, I just want to point this out because regardless of what you may think about this map, this one actually was created with the adjusted data, and whoever created this map achieved an almost zero population deviation. So that is with the new data. 69857. 69539. 68792. And these numbers, by the way, are completely randomly generated. They're not indicating anything. 63132. While all of these maps look very different, they are presumably all going to remain population balanced. This one a little bit less so. 61564. So you can see that from map to map, what the public has submitted has a great variance. So that, I think gives you a wide array of options as well in terms of seeing what the public is submitting. 61222. 61095. And I'm only showing you the ones that are population balanced. 60401. The other thing that happens when NDC processes these maps is we will assign the unassigned population. We will correct any errors in the assigning of census blocks. So there is some labor that goes into processing all of these. If there is a public map that you wish to move forward with, we will ensure that all of that processing happens as quickly as possible. 60401. So this is the last one I'm going to show you of those public maps, which is 60329. Quite a lot of options here. With that, I will stop sharing my screen, but I will be happy to bring it back up to answer questions.
As we can see, there's just a number of maps for consideration. And before making comments, Chair will recognize Mr. Espinosa.
Kristen, thank you for that. I just wanted to clarify something. So the map that got posted with my name on it is one of the options that Kristen and I had been going back and forth on. It is now an option because it's been presented to you. I had a preference for the other map, the other one you had shown me before that one. So if it's possible that it still exists, there was another one with also just split Burlingame, but had a slightly higher deviation, but still within the legal limits. So if we get to a point of discussion, maybe we can bring that up. But I just wanted to clarify for everyone that even though it does have my name on it, it was between a back and forth and the very little time. So that's the one that slipped through. But we can look at another map that splits Burlingame differently that everyone may be more okay with. So just wanted to throw that in there. Thanks, Chris.
I'll open it up for questions or comments. Seeing none, my first question is well, Commissioner Chan raised his hand. Chair recognizes Commissioner Chan.
Yeah, so actually, Kristen, since you already have an in-progress spreadsheet on the city splitting. Commissioner Espinoza and I were able to work through some of that today. Maybe we can merge the two spreadsheets. I'm not sure what's the best way to share that information with you.
Is there a way, Ms. Parks, to inform the commission on each map what cities are split that weren't split before? So if we're introducing a new split, yes.
Yeah, we can upload this spreadsheet. Again, mine is not complete, but if the commissioners have a closer to complete one, we can certainly combine them. I don't know that can happen during this meeting.
Yeah, Chair, this is Doug Johnson. I would suggest rather than trying to go through all the maps, hopefully the commissioners have you've heard from a lot of public comment. I would encourage kind of a focus on what maps do commissioners want to focus their discussion on and want to bring up for consideration by their fellow commissioners. It's likely to be a significant subset of the entire group and help move you towards a decision.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Commissioner Diane.
Yeah, hi. I'd like to have a focused discussion on NDC City Focus 2 and the Thrive map and the Espinoza map, as well as 61095 and 60329. I'm curious to hear what other commissioners think of these maps in terms of some of the subtle differences that, in terms of cities being split together or split apart.
Okay. Commissioner Romero.
Chair, I've had my hand up for a while, just calling. It's okay.
Go ahead, Rudy. Go ahead.
No, I wanted to say I can very quickly narrow all that stuff down. So as Commissioner Chan stated, we did this work before this meeting. We went through every single map, logged down every deviation, the cities that were split, if they complied with the deviation, how many cities were split. So we can narrow it down very quickly. If y'all want to just see that, we can filter through it, and NDC can help us verify that we got all the city splits correctly. And we can just literally take some time to do that. And I just want to open that as an option. Chair, I think it's up to you to decide if we want to do that, because I'd have to share my screen.
Let's do the comments from the other commissioners first.
Yeah.
I'll go back to Commissioner Romero.
Thank you. I'd like to discuss more the NDC City Focus map and the City Focus 2. I think I heard Commissioner Mark also bring those two up. And I'd also like to discuss the NDC minimal changes map. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bledsoe.
Yes, I feel very strongly that I would like us to consider map 69539.
Thank you. Mr. Mates.
Yes, just two kind of housekeeping points, Chair Lawrence. The first is if it's easier, perhaps either Commissioner Chan or Commissioner Rudy Espinoza Murray could send that spreadsheet to the clerk, and he can share his screen if that would be easier. So that's one suggestion. And the other is just a point of housekeeping. There is a public hearing, and one consideration is that you could take the comments at the public hearing and afterward narrow what the maps are that the commission would like to discuss further at that point.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioner Lapati. Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Commissioner Bonderpally, you're on mute.
Sorry. I would like to bring the unity map because it really takes the communities of interest into consideration. That's their number one thing. And I would love to discuss that further.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lapati. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Chan raised his hand.
Is someone keeping track of which maps have been named? I kind of need to hear them back again. If it hasn't already been mentioned, I would like us to also talk a little bit about the NDC 5 unsplit San Francisco 2 map.
I assume, Ms. Parks, are you keeping a listing of the ones the commission is asking to see?
I am. If Commissioner Dinan can repeat the numbered maps, that is what I think I'm missing.
Sure. NDC City Focus 2, Thrive Map, Espinoza, 61095, and 60329. I think those were the numbers.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chan, you still have your hand up. I don't know if you wanted to say anything. Okay. Are there any other comments on maps that the commissioners wish to see? So how many in total did we get pulled forward?
Chair, while that's being figured out, I did get an email from Commissioner Espinoza. I do have the spreadsheet, so you can let me know whenever you want to see that.
Let's proceed with that on Ms. Parks to determine the number of maps that we pull forward. Go ahead, Clerk.
Okay, let me share my screen now.
I've listed 8.
And Commissioner Espinoza or Commissioner Chen, please chime in and let me know when you want me to scroll down or up.
Oh, I was just wanting to share the tool, and we can use it since people have, pulled out some of those maps that they like, and if we all agree, we can also narrow it down by a certain factors that we labeled, whether the city, how many cities have been split, if it splits current cities, yes or no, and then it labels which cities have been split and how they've been split, because there are some occasions where some cities are split 3 ways. So it states whether the population is balanced or not, and the deviation, so you can quickly filter out the ones we know we don't want to mention. So going back to the beginning of the meeting, Commissioner Davis mentioned some of those standards that we should set, and I would recommend that we set those standards now, and we can go ahead and start talking about the ones we like.
Any other questions on the table before us? Okay, we have.
The chair, I have a question regarding the spreadsheet. Great work, by the way, commissioners. That's excellent. Did we take into consideration? Did we also capture the communities of interest, whether it's minimizing or how much, is that criteria? Did you add that to the spreadsheet somehow?
No, there'd be way too many for us to do that. So
Okay.
I think that if we narrow it down to maps we like, we can go to Kristen Parks' slide where she names them, and we can check where they are and see how they fit. I think that's a good way for us to do it. Thanks.
I guess the question on the floor is, what standards do we want to use in order to determine how many cities are split, how many communities of interest are split? How do we proceed from there? And I see Commissioner Dinan's hand went up.
Commissioner Davis, correct, Chair?
Commissioner Davis, I'm sorry. I can't say that enough. Yes.
I just didn't want to speak over anybody. Thank you, Chair. In my earlier remarks, I mentioned that there were a few things that both based on public comment, on the statements that we've heard, and on, I believe, our whole universal in our best interest would be maintaining, first of all, if I may, the population balance has got to be there. I mean, the legalities are the first priority, those elements that can't be changed. But if we're looking at how to kind of stack these for review, my suggestion would be those that keep as many cities intact, those that keep unincorporated areas intact so as not to reduce the voice that they have by splitting their community in half. They don't have city governments. And for us to agree that all of our communities are equally eligible, if they had not been split before, to be split this time. And I feel like in the last few meetings, we've had a lot of people, putting their foot down on, not in my backyard or not my community, not my district. And I just think that that's where we get to an impasse, but that we could all agree that we may all have to make concessions. So legally valid, unincorporated areas remain intact, and the fewest number of deviations from cities would be the proposal of the top 3 items, in my opinion, for us to be able to stack rank the maps for review. Thank you, Chair.
All right. I recognize Commissioner Obert.
Thank you, Chair. Kristen, can you tell me how many maps have commissioners expressed an interest in? I was trying to keep a list of myself. It seemed like about 10.
I have 8, perhaps I've missed 2.
No. I like smaller numbers rather than bigger. What I'd like to propose, since there only are 8 maps that somebody has expressed an interest in seeing, that rather than spend time stack ranking them in a spreadsheet format, since there are a lot of different variables that go into what makes any given map attractive or unattractive, why don't we just spend time studying each one of them, and we could take a straw vote on each of them and then stack rank them for further study based on which ones have the highest scores. That way we wouldn't spend time trying to fit into a structure of a spreadsheet. We'd all just hear the information, express our views, and go back and high grade the maybe top 4 or 5.
If that's agreeable to commissioners, I don't see any hands up. Why don't we start with the 8 maps?
Through the chair.
Commissioner Azon raised his hand first.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to suggest that it feels difficult to do any of this through consensus. Based on earlier experience with this group, it doesn't feel like let's all talk about it and let's collectively make a decision this way or that way. It feels like we need to get this a little bit more to a situation where there are going to be some up or down votes. So I am also in favor of walking through all the maps, but I think maybe at the end of that, we need to do some up or down voting and say, we like these, we don't like these.
Great, good input. Brian has his hand raised.
I wanted to remind the commission that there is a public hearing that needs to be opened. And so just don't want folks to forget that before we take formal action. Anywho, just noting that for the chair and for the commission generally.
Great, thank you.
We open the public hearing.
I heard a proposal to open the public hearing.
I second that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll take the roll call now to open the public hearing. Commissioner Azos,
Yes.
Commissioner Bandapali,
Yes.
Commissioner Barber.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Batso,
Yes.
Commissioner Chan,
Yes.
Commissioner Chow, Commissioner Chow. I'll come back to Commissioner Chow.
Yes,
Thank you.
sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Dinan,
Yes.
Commissioner Espinoza,
Yes.
Commissioner Guerrero,
Yes.
Commissioner Monzon Ruiz,
Yes.
Commissioner Albert,
Aye.
Commissioner Romero,
Yes.
Commissioner Salander,
Yes.
and Chair Lawrence.
Yes.
Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Members of the public, if you wish to comment on item 5, please do click the raise hand feature now. For those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. Okay.
Mr. Clerk, just to clarify, we are on item 6 under the amended agenda, public hearing for draft maps of supervisorial district lines. We have opened the public hearing on that item.
Sorry, wasn't that 5 on the agenda, or the numbers changed?
Well, the
Yeah,
numbers
it's
changed, so yes.
Okay.
So Mr. Clerk, you please proceed with taking public comment. I just wanted to correct for the record that we're on item 6.
Okay, thank you. I do see 10 hands raised. First one is from I believe, phone number ending in 1311, followed by Ray Lorios. We do have now 17 hands raised. So we will have 2 minutes per person. And phone number ending in 1311, I'm giving you the permission to speak now. Please proceed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Oh, thank you. My name is Mina Richardson. I'm in South San Francisco, and I'm acutely interested in the way you're presenting some of this. And it's difficult to follow because some of us haven't seen all of the maps together. And I just want to make a comment that I would like to see, of course, all as close as possible as the numbers are allowed to be, the disparity. I don't want to shorten, or have the least population that we are entitled to in our community. And I do like the fact that we have a different type of map because we were split before, and I would like to see much more closer knit with San Bruno, Colma, and our neighboring communities, because it was very difficult for the public in my community to understand who their representative was. And in viewing these maps, I saw that there was, it didn't have the numbers on it. And sort of that was kind of confusing. So it would have been nice if we had the number, the maps that people were talking about, and it showed up on the screen. And that's all my comment. And I appreciate the work that the commissioners are doing. And thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Lay Larios, followed by Rick Lohman. Mr. Larios, I'm going to give you the permission to talk, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Suki. Hello, everyone. My name is Ray Larios. I'm a planning commissioner for the city of Burlingame. First and foremost, I'd like to thank every one of you for the enormous work that you've been doing with this very critical task. I myself have experience doing this kind of work. My background is in demography. I'm not an urban planner per se, but I have worked in polling, campaigning, et cetera, and I'm very well attuned to the process. Now, I want to go ahead and recommend very strongly the map 69539. And that is because this map achieves all of the goals that you are setting out to do. One point or one caveat that I'd like to set aside is that all the districts don't exactly have to be the same population. Sometimes what you definitely want to do is look at the max population deviation, but sometimes there are districts that are experiencing enormous growth and development. And so since this process is done every 10 years, you want to leave some room for growth, and certainly in some areas as in comparison to other areas. Now, as a Burlingame resident and as a Burlingame planning commissioner, I was surprised to hear that this map would be a map that would result in no splits for other cities except for Burlingame. I welcome that change. I think it's actually a good fit for a city like Burlingame. We are a very small city, small but mighty, as we like to say. But I think that this map really sets out to do many things, and it reaches many of the goals that you have been doing for a very long time. So with that said, I'd just like to thank you all again. I would like to really consider map 69539, and it's going to not only help meet your goals, but it's also going to help our Latino population in this county. And thank you again, and I yield my time. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Larios. Okay, our next speaker is Rick Lohman, followed by Heather Hopkins. Mr. Chair, we have 15 hands raised. Mr. Lohman, I'm going to give you the permission to talk. You'll have 2 minutes.
Unmute. This is Rick Lohman. I live in the small unincorporated area of Montera, which is the northernmost community on the coast side. I also want to support Option 69539, as other people, I want to support Commissioners Davis, Espinoza, and Bledsoe and all of their comments. The unincorporated area is more than half of the county. It's where everybody goes on the weekends. We have no other representation other than our representative at the Board of Supervisors. The 69539 has only one city, which is split, like as the prior speaker said. It's less than 5% deviation, and it keeps almost all of the unincorporated areas together. That is optimal. There are three options: NDC City Focus, NDC Unsplit San Francisco 1 and 2, that tear Montera away from the coast and move it up to Pacifica. They also split my sanitary and water district in half. That's 1,000 people split into several different districts. There's two other ones, 61222 and 63132, which split the coast side in half. Those are all very suboptimal in my opinion. So I support all the prior comments and would wholly support 69539. And thank you very much for all your work on this big problem. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Lohman. Our next speaker is Heather Hopkins, followed by Petra Sultan. Heather, I'm going to give you the permission to talk and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. My name is Heather Hopkins. I'm a resident of West Menlo Park and I'm part of the Unity Map Coalition through my organization, Community Equity Collaborative. I submitted a written public comment noting my preference that unincorporated West Menlo Park not be kept in a separate district from Menlo Park proper. I feel more disenfranchised by being split from Menlo Park proper than I would being separate from other unincorporated areas. And I know that you want to keep all unincorporated areas together, but I hope you'll consider that. That all said, I do think the commission should prioritize primarily keeping together communities of interest that have been historically underrepresented, rather than focusing on keeping cities together, especially when those cities are affluent. I wanted to echo the sentiment of East Palo Alto Council member Antonio Lopez, who wrote in the Daily Journal this morning that, quote, to redraw maps with fault lines on affluent acres will not alter a quality of life cemented by centuries of intergenerational power, end quote. In other words, please prioritize the needs of our historically disenfranchised communities over those sometimes louder, more prevalent voices of affluent cities and communities who have historically enjoyed access to power. I hope you'll choose a map that focuses on community interests throughout the county and those maps create as many majority minority districts as possible. Thanks so much for all of your time you've put into this process.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. Our next speaker is Petra Sultan, followed by Karen Grove. Petra, I'm going to give you the permission to speak and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Petra Sultan. I'm with Thrive Alliance, and I'm also part of the Unity Map Coalition. First of all, thank you very much for your dedication. I do not envy you. This is absolutely tough. We hoped to make it easier by gathering 13 organizations that work throughout the community through different demographics, different geographics, to make sure that we could present a map that really represented the whole county. And we looked at through the community of interest, et cetera, and we really feel like the Unity Map does accomplish all of the things you're setting out to. I am very disturbed by the fact that we keep talking about splitting cities when legally communities of interest are more important than cities. Specifically in our map, we do keep communities of interest together that have expressed the desire to be together, as Heather just said about West Menlo Park. Also, the coast side is kept together with the unincorporated areas. But we do something different where we actually on purpose split some cities along the Bayshore coast, because we really feel that the Bayshore coast, South San Francisco, San Mateo, Millbrae, Burlingame, Foster City, from El Camino East have a lot more in common because of environmental justice issues, flooding, sea level rise, than they do with the rest of their own cities up in the hills. So the hills have their own separate district because they have issues with fire and open space that are very different from the coastside. So we really hope that you actually take a look at this map thinking about communities of interest and not city lines. And again, this is the Unity map. There are 13 community organizations that have gotten together to present this to make sure that all of our interests are in one map. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton. Chair Lawrence, we have 11 more hands raised. Members of the public, if you wish to comment on item number 6, this is the new 6 for public hearing, draft maps, please click the raise hand feature now. And the next speaker is Karen Grove, followed by Rick Moan. Ms. Grove, I'm going to give the permission to talk and you'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Good evening. I want to echo everybody's thanks for doing this hard work. I'd also like to just basically say I completely agree with Heather Hopkins' comment and with Petra's comment. Just as background, I am speaking for myself as a resident of the county, but I also chair the Grove Foundation, which supports Thrive and many of the organizations in that coalition. I firmly believe in professionally and personally that problems are best solved when the voices of those who are impacted by those problems are the ones that we center, not just put at the table, but actually follow. The best way to do that is to keep communities of interest in mind, and particularly marginalized communities, and make sure that they have preference in this process. I too was very confused about all the talk about keeping cities intact. Cities have city councils, so people in a city know where to go when they have a problem with their city. Communities of interest need to know who to go to for the county issues. So and again, legally and just in terms of power, it is more important to keep communities of interest intact, and particularly marginalized communities. So I hope that you'll consider that. I think that one of the major things that the county is responsible for is public health, and the coast has an absolute common interest in access to health services because they're isolated through the mountains from the population centers. So that's another reason to keep the coast together. So again, I'm not recommending a particular map, although if I did, it would be the Unity map because of the process that was used, which centered the voices of marginalized communities. And I do hope that you'll keep communities of interest as your top priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grove. Our next speaker is Rick Moan, followed by Evan Adams. Rick, I'm going to give the permission to talk and you'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. This is Rick Moen of West Menlo. I commend to the Commission's attention recently produced map number 69539 as the one that best addresses our district lines conundrum, with the best balance possible of equalizing populations, preserving contiguity and compactness, keeping intact communities of interest, helping underserved areas such as East Palo Alto, Bellhaven, and North Fair Oaks have a strong voice, and keeping communities undivided. Though no such map can ever be perfect, this one is very good on balance in accordance with the Commission's agreed upon criteria. So I do suggest that 69539 be the one you recommend to the Board of Supervisors and urge them to approve it. Thank you for your hard work. It is appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Our next speaker is Evan Adams, followed by Miriam. Evan, I'm going to give you the permission to speak and you'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Hello. Tonight I'm here as part of the Unity Map Coalition. I am from Foster City. My comments are my own and do not represent my city or the Planning Commission that I sit on. Please look deeply at that slide tonight that staff presented on communities of interest. Communities should be prioritized over city boundaries. The law is clear on prioritization of the legal elements for consideration of communities over cities. The Unity Map emphasizes communities of interest. It highlights equity, continuity, compactness, and communities of interest. A map such as the minimum change map, built on historic inequities that didn't include current standards, such as communities of interest, would greatly concern me. I am drawing your attention tonight to one community of interest, that of the risk of sea level rise. These areas must work across city boundaries to mitigate risks. Please note the flood and fire risk maps as submitted via email comment, as they demonstrate these areas of concern, have already been shown by the San Mateo County Office of Susceptibility to Sea Level Change and CAL FIRE. Water does not honor map lines. A hole in the proverbial dike affects us all. Further, Bayside communities are also subject to SFO, airplane landing pattern noise. I live under it. Noise pollution makes these same areas environmentally impacted. If you look at the Unity Map, which was created by a coalition of groups, you will see many communities represented and the Bayside respected. Thank you for your service to our county. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Our next speaker is Miriam, followed by Antonio Lopez. Miriam, I'm going to give you the permission to talk, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Miriam Yupanqui, and I grew up in East Palo Alto and now work in East Palo Alto as the executive director of Nuestra Casa. I would like to provide input today on the Bellhaven, North Fair Oaks, and East Palo Alto areas, as well as share my support for the Unity Map Coalition proposal. The Unity Map reflects the East Palo Alto, North Fair Oaks, and Bellhaven communities of interest, and also respects communities of interest elsewhere in the county. Nuestra Casa is a community-based organization that serves underrepresented communities in the Mid-Peninsula. We develop programs that focus on community education, leadership development, and advocacy to train individuals to become self-advocates. Our community members live in the areas of North Fair Oaks, Bellhaven, and East Palo Alto. Our community is made up of working-class families who have been deprived of resources and opportunities. People in our communities need better education, economic, and healthcare access opportunities. Many are renters and have struggled with housing stability. These areas have historically been under-resourced. North Fair Oaks is still unincorporated, while East Palo Alto was incorporated in the 1980s. Please keep our community of North Fair Oaks, Bellhaven, and East Palo Alto whole, and with other areas that have similar socioeconomic needs and demographics. Please vote to recommend the Unity Map, which respects not only our community of interest, but also respects our communities around the county, including farm workers, immigrants, communities of color, people facing economic hardship, and people most impacted by environmental harms. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for the opportunity for being here.
Thank you, Miriam. Mr. Chair, we have 8 more hands raised. Next speaker will be Antonio Lopez, followed by Julio Garcia. Mr. Lopez, I'm going to give you the permission to talk, and you'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, commissioners. It's really an honor to speak to you. I want to echo what Petra said in terms of communities of interest. And I echo the sentiment, and I extend my wholehearted support of the Unity Map. But I also want to be on the record in saying, you know, I do not support the 69539 map. And that is, while it does cohere North Fair Oaks, East Palo Alto, and Bellhaven, it puts us alongside the coast. So it makes me wonder, what do we have in common with Montera, with La Honda? We have much more in common with Redwood City. And so I think, while I appreciate the intention and effort put by it, I think it makes a glaring oversight when it comes to the South Bay. That being said, I want to end on the positive note in extending my full 100% support for the Unity Map. you know, we live in a democracy, and when you live in a democracy, majority rules. And when you have a group that has brought together 13 different community organizations that span up and down the county, that has a lot of weight to it. And I think while each of us have 2 minutes, you guys got to give 20 minutes for that effort, the weeks that have been put in to get that solidarity, to get that holistic democratic perspective. And I encourage and I put my 100% support behind it. A lot of intentions have been placed by it. It makes a lot of sense when it comes to thinking not just city by city, but regionally. And so I have much confidence in it. I want to extend it. I wrote my own map, but darn it, having heard Petra and the Thrive people and the Unity folks, I put my hat behind theirs. That's the end of my message. Thank you so much. It's a tough time. It's a difficult decision. But as I said in my op-ed today, you know, you guys are undoing history. So you got to think centuries. This is an opportunity that cannot be done again in a decade. Best of luck. I wish you all that. You guys are going to get it done. But I'm behind the Unity map 100%. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Our next speaker is Julio Garcia, followed by Cindy Crow-Orgo. Julio, I'm going to give you the permission to talk and you'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Good evening, Commissioner Chair and Commissioner members. My name is Julio Garcia with Rise South San Francisco, and I also a member of the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission Environmental Justice Advisory Group. I would like to provide today my support for the Unity Map. The Unity Map will put together frontline communities in a specific district that will cover North, Central, and South San Mateo County. We have many factors that have led to disproportionate flooding and sea level rise vulnerability in low-income communities across the Bay. And the most vulnerable populations are non-native English speakers, the elderly, the poor, the chronically ill, uninsured, and the renters. Sometimes we don't know what is going on because, you know, we don't speak English. Sometimes we don't know where to move because, you know, we are renters. And with the climate change that is going on and the plans that we have, I think we need to work together as a group, not work together as cities. So thank you very much. And I'm here again supporting the Unity Map Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Our next speaker is Cindy Crow-Orgo, followed by Pam Jones. Ms. Orgo, I'm giving you the permission to talk and you'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. First of all, I don't agree with the Unity map, but I thank Ray Larios from Burlingame for supporting our map, which is 69539. After reviewing all the maps submitted to the commission, the best and most logical map for San Mateo County is map 69539. This map only splits one city, Burlingame. The integrity of the redistricting process is important. Map 69539 has taken into consideration the requirements for fair and representative district lines by keeping communities of interest whole, diversifying districts to meet demographic changes, and most importantly, honoring significant public input from residents throughout San Mateo County to keep areas such as the coast side and unincorporated areas together. Therefore, map 69539 should be the only recommended map that moves forward to the Board of Supervisors. I feel like we are representing minorities, and we also are a community of interest, and we can't be left behind. You know, I don't like the Unity map. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pam Jones, followed by Maria Gabulo. Ms. Jones, I'm going to give you the permission to talk and you'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Pamela Jones. I'm a 47-year resident of the Bellhaven neighborhood in Menlo Park, and I grew up in East Palo Alto. I appreciate the work of each member of the commission and the staff for getting us to this point. I realize it's not just your time, but an extraordinary amount of energy, and most of all, your commitment to representative democracy. I also want to thank everyone who submitted maps for taking the time and the commitment to make San Mateo County a place that is representative of the residents that live here. I fully support the Unity Map that was developed by community-based organizations from demographically diverse communities throughout the county. It doesn't get any better than that. These are the experts in understanding the unique communities of interest in each distance. I urge you to place more emphasis on the will of the COIs rather than city boundaries, since communities of interest have a higher priority than keeping cities whole. Specifically, it states maps should avoid splitting cities in parentheses after the above criteria, which includes communities of interest. I'm truly grateful for the work of the community-based organizations that created the Unity Map. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Our next speaker is Maria Gabulo, followed by Remy Racing. Maria, I'm going to give you the permission to talk and you'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Hello, thank you for hearing me. As Mariah Urobelo, I am currently a resident of San Mateo City, but a former resident of the city of Daly City. I am the program supervisor for the Daly City Peninsula Partnership, a social service agency, but I would like to provide my input today as an individual. I'm also speaking as a member of the Unity Map Coalition. In working for this community-based organization, it allows me to have a really deep understanding of the community of interest of Daly City, Colma, and Broadmoor, which includes the Filipino community in North San Mateo County, the over 30% population of Spanish-speaking Latinx population. And this would be drawn in the Unity Map Coalition as an Asian American population majority district. Our area is incredibly diverse as far as language goes. We have a large number of renters living in multi-generational and multi-family homes. There's a shared desire for children to be successful and a shared concern for seniors in our community. We all share a need for truly affordable housing, senior services, improved education systems, and school infrastructure. We all also seek an improvement in transportation and public parks. While this area holds high levels of population, historically our community has felt a lack of investment in county resources. It is important for us to be kept together to allow our community's voice to be heard. The District 5 Unity Map also brings together significant cultural and ethnic diversity. Many residents speak many languages other than English and are immigrants, with shared interests around language access. Many residents of Daly City, Colma, Broadmoor, and the western part of South San Francisco also have shared socioeconomic challenges with the need for safety net services, housing affordability, and investment in school enrichment programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Our next speaker is Remy Racing, followed by Yajaira Ortega. Remy, I'm going to give you the permission to talk and you'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
My name is Remy Rising. I live in Burlingame. I support Ray Rarius from Burlingame and Rick Loman from Montera for map 69539. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Racing. Okay, we have 3 more hands raised, Mr. Chair. Next is Yajaira Ortega, followed by Diane Leeds. Yajaira, I'm going to give you the permission to talk and you'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Hello, commissioners. As I said earlier, my name is Yahaira and I am part of the Unity Map Coalition. I appreciate your commitment to selecting a legally valid map. Having population balance is one piece of the legal valid map. You also must comply with ranking criteria in the correct order. By law, keeping communities of interest intact is higher priority than keeping cities intact. I'm concerned that your spreadsheet focuses on city splits without analyzing the community of interest splits. If you do not analyze how each map breaks up communities of interest, how will you comply with the law? For example, does each map respect the communities of interest along the Bayshore coast? If you focus on city splits to narrow your list, then later look at community interest, you are at serious risk of improperly weighing cities above the community of interest. The law is clear. First, to extent practical, the geographic integrity of any local neighborhood or local community of interest shall be respected in a manner that minimizes its division. Then, and only after you've kept the COIs whole, do you consider keeping together the geographic integrity of the city or census designated place? By law, COIs must be given more weight than cities. There are COIs like Bayshore Coast and lower income communities along Highway 101 that are hard to respect if prioritizing keeping cities whole. These COIs must be given more weight than keeping cities whole. As I've mentioned before, my recommendation is to move forward with the Unity Map, which respects 13 community-based organizations together. I appreciate all your time here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega. Our next speaker is Diane Leeds, followed by Mark Nogales. Ms. Leeds, I'm going to give you the permission to talk and you have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Diane Leeds, and while tonight I'm speaking primarily as an individual, I was part of the Unity Map Coalition, and I'm also a member of the San Francisco Peninsula People Power. What makes the Unity Coalition map unique is that it focused first on keeping communities of interest together, so in order to strengthen their voice and representation on common issues. We also tried to keep cities together where possible, but again, where city boundaries broke up communities of interest, we focused on communities of interest. For example, in South San Francisco, there's 2 neighborhoods that have a large Filipino American population, and it shares a stronger affinity with Daly City than with South San Francisco. Hence, we wanted to keep those groups together. And as several people have mentioned earlier, when you look at cities, there's big differences between the eastern sides of the city that are along the bay versus the ones that are in the hills. And that the communities or the portions of the cities that are along the bay side have a lot more in common because of concerns over sea level rise, while the parts of those cities in the hills are more concerned about wildfires. The other thing that the Unity Map does, it does keep the coast all together. It also includes a portion of the unincorporated areas. And I am also a resident of Emerald Hill. So it's nice, since the Board of Supervisors really is our only local governmental voice, that we're all kept together. Thank all the commissioners for your hard work. This is not an easy task that you have ahead of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leeds. Before I call the last 2 speakers, this will be the last call for members of the public to raise their hand to speak on the new item number 6, public hearing for draft maps. So our next speaker is Mark Nogales, followed by our last speaker, Charlie Catania. Mr. Nogales, I'm going to give you the permission to speak and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Suki. This is South San Francisco Vice Mayor Mark Nogales. Let me first say that this is not an easy job. I appreciate all the commissioners that have participated, that have provided comments. I appreciate everything that you've all said. I've also appreciated the comments from the public. It's very obvious that there are maps that that the community has supported. One is the Unity Map, and also the map 69539. I think to make things a lot easier for the commission, the focus should be potentially on those 2 maps, because there seems to be a lot of support for those 2 maps. And to make this job a lot easier for everyone, I think the focus on those 2 maps in general. I think both those maps cover a lot of the items that this commission has made a priority. Communities of interest, ensuring that minority, majority districts are created. These are things I think the commission had set out to do in the beginning. And I appreciate just everyone coming together trying to focus on trying to find a solution to this big question of how we can keep our communities forward. So I'll just leave with that. And I just want to say thank you again to everyone, and I look forward to the next process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nogales. Our last speaker is Charlie Catania. Charlie, I'll give you the permission to talk, and you'll have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'm a proponent of map 69539. I also feel that communities of interest are very important, and they should, have top priority. And I empathize with the unity map, but we were told early on that one of the main objects of this exercise was to keep cities together. And this 69539 did that. And it also took care of one of the biggest communities of interest, and that's the communities that are unincorporated, which rely on the Board of Supervisors for governing. And it is their only government. So my understanding is that having a say, a vote as to who is representing you is pretty important. And I think that a lot of the things that the Unity Map Unity people have suggested here, are valid. But having representation in government for all our needs should take top priority on this. Thank you very much for everything you've done, and we'll see where this goes. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Catania. Mr. Chair, that was our last speaker. Members of the public, if you were unable to speak, you may wish to email your comment to districtlines@smcgov.org, and it will be made part of the record. Back to you, Chair.
Should we close public hearing first before we hear any comments from the commissioners?
I think that would be wise.
Yeah. Is there a motion?
I'll move to close public comment.
Second.
Thank you. I'll take the roll call. Commissioner Azos?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderpali?
Yes.
Mr. Barber?
Yes.
Mr. Bledsoe?
Yes.
Mr. Chan?
Yes.
Mr. Chow?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Dinan?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Espinoza?
Yes.
Mr. Guerrero?
Yes.
Mr. Monzon Ruiz?
Yes.
Mr. Albert?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Mr. Salander?
Yes.
And Chair Lawrence?
Yes.
Thank you. Public hearing is now closed.
Great. So next item on the agenda is to discuss and recommend maps for the Board of Supervisors. I'd like to get every commissioner's input. And having said that, I like just to go in alphabetical order and give every commissioner 2 minutes just to share their comments at this juncture.
To the chair. Could we take a break, a 5-minute break? I think we had discussed having that in the second hour. We're now in the third hour.
I'm certainly unopposed to that. So I have 9:13. Let's take a break till 9:20.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The time is now 9:13 p.m. and the meeting is currently in recess. Let me say that again so it's in the record, 9:23 p.m. and the meeting recording has resumed. Let me just take a quick roll call to make sure that we have a majority present still. Commissioner Azos,
Present.
Commissioner Bonderpally,
Present.
Commissioner Barber,
Present.
Bledsoe,
Present.
Mr. Chan,
Present.
Mr. Chow,
Present.
Mr. Davis.
Present.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Dinan.
Present.
Present.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Yes, I got you. Thank you. Commissioner Espinoza,
Present.
Mr. Guerrero,
Present.
Mr. Monzon Ruiz.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Albert,
Here.
Commissioner Romero,
Here.
Commissioner Salander,
I'm here.
and Chair Lawrence.
Here.
Well, please proceed, Chair.
So did we close public hearing?
We did, yes. I believe we were gonna do 5D and call the
Right.
commissioners.
So with the appointment map, item D, discuss and recommend draft maps. As I was stating before we took the small break, why don't we just have every commissioner, give us an update as to where they are, given the information we've heard thus far. Why don't we just have a roll call vote? Well, I see a couple of hands first. I'll start with Mr. Johnson.
Chair Lawrence, thank you. Just before the commissioners go through the list, I did want to share one piece that Ms. Parks and I were just talking about. We have both 69539 on the list and the Espinoza map. 69539 drawn in District R was drawn using the old data and is very close to balanced, but it's not quite. And it turns out, as Ms. Parks and I were just trading notes, the Espinoza map is 69539 just population balance. So no need to differentiate between the two or choose one of the others. When we do the slight balancing needed for 69539, we'll end up with Espinoza. So I would suggest treat the comments and endorsements of 69539 as endorsements of the Espinoza map and just go with that. If that makes sense, since that is where we'd end up when we go to the board with a cleaned up map.
Okay, it looks like, the two maps most talked about was 69539 and the Unity map. Can you, just for the commission, highlight the differences between the two?
Sure, Ms. Parks, do you want to do that? Why don't you use it?
So let me hold on. I'll share my screen. But these are maps that had, and I don't want to speak for the commissioner in terms of the goals of the map, but as I understand it, the goals of that map were to minimize the divisions to cities, as that was a big theme in the previous meeting. So let me.
Christian, just go ahead and show.
So Kristen, let me cut in, and it is mostly keeping communities of interest intact, also taking in consideration of cities, so less splits through communities of interest. So just want to make sure that's clear, that I am not selecting keeping cities intact over communities of interest being intact. So.
Yes, so we can switch back and forth. Here is the Commissioner Espinosa's map, but or we can the 691, and then I will swap to the Unity map, which divides a total of 8 cities, but as we heard from the map authors, is intended to group together communities of interest. And we can also compare the demographics, not just the boundary lines here, on the PDFs as well. So looking at the big differences here, it's where Pacifica is. Oh, those are on top of each other, sorry. So we can switch back and forth. This is the Commissioner Espinosa map. This is the Unity map.
Yeah, and just very briefly, as you can see here, the Unity map really is focused on really roughly speaking, El Camino Real to the Bayshore is in districts 1 and 4. And then the hills, Hillsborough, the hills of Belmont, the hills of San Carlos are in District 2. Up north, you do get more of a city split or a city focus. And so you end up with these kind of long north-south districts in the Unity map. And then in the Espinoza map, it's more of a traditional approach of city by city. It does keep South San Francisco together. One of the quirks of the map is that the only way to keep South San Francisco together is to put Pacifica with Daly City. Just mathematically, that's how it works out. So Pacifica does go up there. And District 3 is down Menlo Park in those areas, and a little bit of Burlingame. And you can see the rest of it. Yeah, Kristen, don't zoom around too much. People can't follow that. Just zoom out so we can see. So those are the main differences. You can see kind of a group of cities down, and as Commissioner Espinoza was just noting, the overwhelming majority of the communities of interest that were heard about through this process are within cities. So when you keep a city together, you're keeping all the communities of interest in that city together. There are a couple, as has been noted, the Bay Shore with kind of the sea level rise issue. And then you get North Fair Oaks. We talked about that being a community of interest somewhat with the neighboring parts of Redwood City and areas around it, in addition just being its own community of interest. But almost all, those are the exceptions. Almost all the communities are within a city. So you keep them together by keeping the city together.
Okay, great. I wanted to, just for the commission to hear that as they start to begin their deliberations about one map versus another, what was the major difference? And one obviously is, more focused on communities of interest, and the other one only splits one city. So with that, why don't we move to discussion? Are there any issues before we just open it up for discussion? Any clarification points, anything? Okay, why don't we start with Commissioner Davis? She had her hand up for quite a while.
Thank you, Chair. Kristen, earlier, I think when Commissioner Espinoza asked, was there a way to see the overlay of communities of interest on his map? Have we seen that? I couldn't quite tell if that's what we were seeing. Is there a way to see what communities of interest are entailed within his map?
So the list that we have of communities of interest comes from a written survey, so that it does identify locations, but they are not necessarily mapped. So some of that is like a working knowledge that we have. There were, however, some community of interest maps that were submitted very early on in this process that you may recall having seen. For instance, the very first map submitted on District R was a coastside community of interest map.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Mates.
Thank you, Chair Lawrence. Just one clarification point before each commissioner provides some input. I believe Ms. Parks had one clarification on one of the maps that was shown earlier on the demographic report. And I just wanted you all to have that before each commissioner provides additional comment.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the break was very helpful. We're going back and forth, and you may have noticed when I was presenting Commissioner Olbert's map that I was quite surprised with the 22% deviation. That is not correct. So I have already updated the website. That map is population balanced, and the correct demographic sheet is now there. So please reference that, and my apologies to Commissioner Olbert.
Okay. Any other points of clarification? City Commissioner Chan?
Yeah, Kristen, could you flash up on the screen again the communities of interest slide, just so that we can, re-internalize and commit to memory what the community of interest information that's been collected to date is? Heck, if you're uploading stuff to the website like now, would you be able to upload that slide so I could, at least me and the other commissioners could, if we are in front of a computer, we can download it and have it available to see? I guess I could take a screenshot too.
Yeah, I'm happy to put this up under the resources part of the draft maps page, and I can do that now.
At the pleasure of the commission too, I mean, we could also, maybe perhaps, Kristen, you can just leave this slide up as we take the comments from each commissioner. I mean, that's also an option.
Okay, why don't we move to comments by the commissioners, and let's just go in alphabetical order so we get everyone a chance to present their position.
So, Chair Lawrence, it'll be Commissioner Azos, followed by Commissioner Bondrapali.
I'll keep my comments brief. It seems like we got a lot to do here. I like the Thrive map. I have some issues with the Espinosa map, in particular the lumping of East Palo Alto, East Menlo Park, Bellhaven in with the coastside communities. I worry that those two groups are fairly different and they'll kind of wash out. I also want to recognize that while it's great that people from those two people associated with those two maps turned out tonight, that doesn't mean those are the only two maps we can consider. I know that we're talking about 8 maps, some of which we've barely heard about, some of which we kind of saw flash on the screen for a second. So I'm hoping that we can get a little bit more time with maps that aren't those two.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Bondrapali, followed by Commissioner Barber.
Hi, I do like 61959 map, 61959, 69539 map, but that map does not look at the communities of interest very closely. And that's the one part I don't know how I need to look at it, how it overlays. If you can do that, that would be great. But currently, I am not able to connect the community of interest and the way the maps are drawn. But I do support the Unity map because the community of interest have the higher priorities over the city boundaries, because this map allows for the community voices to be heard. That's the key, right? The whole thing is we want right representation on the Board of Supervisors. And this will allow for the communities of interest to have a voice, especially for the marginalized communities. And what I also like about this map is it keeps all the Bay Coast together, as well as the coastal areas, right? And sea level rise is a huge concern. And the more Board of Supervisors hand in there, the more better, because they can take action. See, though they're splitting cities, but all cities have city governments, local councils. If residents have issues, they can go to the city council. They don't need to go to the Board of Supervisors if they have a simple question or an issue. They can always reach out to the councils. But coastal areas, they don't have a council. So they do need have a Board of Supervisors, and they are not dissecting it. They're keeping it as one unit. So I like that about that. And also, there is a need to prioritize the disenfranchised communities, quality of life, right? And that is really important. I think I actually had a long conversation with the community members to really understand what does it mean to divide the city? What impact does it have? Residents have who live in the cities. They really don't. The cities like Belmont, Burlingame, San Mateo, no impact because we have city councils, especially high functioning and affluent cities. They're not marginalized communities. But if you look at the West Side, I totally agree with the 13 organizations, why the way they draw the map, showing the demographically diverse communities. I'm totally very supportive of the Unity map. And I would like to see the Espinosa map, how the community of interest overlay, and then we can discuss further about that map too. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Barber, followed by Commissioner Betzel.
Keep my remarks brief as well. I do like the Espinosa map. I'm not sure I'm clear on all the advantages of the Unity map. It seems that it splits several cities, and I've just heard that may also mean that they split communities of interest. So I would like us to look at that further as we proceed. And I would also like to look at some of the maps that have not been discussed quite as much. And I would also like to try to get some process by which we start voting on some maps so we can start moving this process along. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Betzel, followed by Commissioner Chan.
Thank you. I won't
belabor the point. I've raised this before. I do advocate for putting forward map 69539 to the Board of Supervisors. I think that it accomplishes a lot of what the commission wants to do. Most important to the coast, it keeps the unincorporated coast together. It adds the unincorporated area of North Fair Oaks into it. There is a slight deviation in that Pacifica is separated out from the unincorporated coast, but actually Pacifica identifies as a unique community of interest. And so it goes whole into the district with Daly City, which I think achieves that objective. So I certainly would have to say that I prefer 69539 over all of them. And I did study all of them. I'm not persuaded just by the public comment. But I also think that there would be some advantage to providing an alternative to the Board of Supervisors, just not one map. And I would be very supportive of forwarding the Unity map if we were to forward a second map. I think that the coast side is intact. The unincorporated areas of the coast are preserved. The bayside unincorporated areas are preserved together. To the extent that we want to reunify cities, Belmont and South City are reunified, but I'm also persuaded by the climate justice argument and think that there's some merit to having the bayside communities distinct from the hillside communities. So I'm inclined towards forwarding certainly 69539. If there were to be a second, it would be the Unity map. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chan, followed by Commissioner Chow.
It's nice that Commissioner Bledsoe teed me up there because I kind of agree that those two maps are preferable. I do have one concern with the Unity maps. There's a tiny corner of Burlingame that is split, sorry, not Burlingame, of Millbrae that is split off from the rest of the city to be part of District 5 rather than District 1. It's a small enough corner that I see no reason why that split has to occur. So I would be in favor of moving forward the Unity map if that corner of Millbrae could be part of District 1. I conferred with leaders in Millbrae. I brought this to their attention and they said that that is something that they would prefer. I like a lot of aspects of Commissioner Espinoza's map. I also wanted to, I would also like to say that, the unsplit South SSF 2 maps might be a good start, but there might be a way to modify it. So the part Montera is split off from the rest of the coast. Okay, I'll wait for the echo to die down. But Montera is small enough that I think it can be incorporated, it can be kept together with the rest of the coast in that map and still not exceed the deviation. I also noticed in that map as well, South San Mateo was split quite a bit. I also wonder how much, if we could put more, could reconfigure it such that a majority of San Mateo was kept together if it had to be split. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Chan. Commissioner Chow, followed by Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Chow, you're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now? Oh, that's a echo when I do that.
No, we can't hear you.
Okay, how about now? Sorry, my technical difficulty with this.
Commissioner Chow, turn off your cell phone. Only have one connection. That way you won't have resound problem. It appears you have two connections.
So is
You have
this
to turn
okay?
one off.
No, there's still an echo.
There's some echo.
I would like to. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Chow, you have two devices done, so you're gonna have to cut one out.
Can you skip me for now?
Yes, much better.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, we could hear you there. Did you want to talk or?
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, yes, please proceed. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I wasn't able to connect earlier. So I think it would be okay to propose like 3 maps for our supervisors to choose from. And I will recommend NDC to add the like the pros and cons for each of the maps so the supervisors can have a easier time to look at it. I would like to propose the unity map. I like the idea to what Commissioner Palmasolis was talking about. And also the map that I would like to propose is 69935 because it does keep the codes together. And also map 70088. So if you can propose those to the supervisors for them to choose, that's what I would prefer.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank
Chow.
you.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis, followed by Commissioner Dinan.
Thank you, Submani. It's my opinion that we are approaching this as if one of the 2 maps, the Espinosa map or the community of interest map, have to be our ultimate choice. And the truth is that we can submit several maps or however many, 3 maps to the supervisors. And so our debate about the attributes that we favor in each map really becomes somewhat immaterial. If these 2 maps prove to be the ones that in public comment, in our town hall meetings, the public has predominantly said to us that they wanted to keep the coast together. There were some agricultural interests that needed to be kept intact, understood. They wanted to keep small cities undivided. They wanted to keep unincorporated communities whole, and then also keeping communities of interest whole. And understanding tonight, we've heard clearly that community of interests need to elevate above all other considerations. But what I think we have to take a closer look at is how the, well, first of all, what other maps are available that rise up to the level of these 2, which are now kind of being held as the standards. Are there others that rise up as far so that that could be a recommendation? And then make recommendations to modify either of these maps so that they, maybe together they can make one great map. But I don't think that we actually need to pick a winner with this group. So I appreciate the dialogue and the comments from my fellow commissioners. But again, I think we need to keep in perspective that we don't need to pick a winner tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Dinan, followed by Commissioner Espinosa.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, commissioners. Yeah, looking at this has been a really interesting process. I think we've all learned a lot about redistricting, and it's been quite educational. I just want to point out one thing that, looking at any district that would clump East Palo Alto, Menlo Park, Bellhaven with the coast side and Pescadero is completely unacceptable to our community, East Palo Alto and Bellhaven. We have absolutely nothing to do with Pescadero, San Gregorio, those areas. We're kind of thrown into this map to maybe do some population balancing. But, getting back to the Unity map, what I really like about it is our concerns are regional, and those regions are, extending up on the bay. We're dealing with, all the cities are dealing with possible sea level rise. We're not dealing with wildfires. That would be the issue in Woodside if you were to think about, or the coastal areas, the unincorporated areas. These are very, very different places, and we don't have any spot as Menlo Park, Bellhaven, and East Palo Alto. We should be clumped with North Fair Oaks and Redwood City, not with cities that are like 2 hours away from us. Getting back to the Unity map, what I really like about it, along with Commissioner Omert's map, is it really just kind of makes sense. It's clumping communities that have a lot of interests in common, communities that have common challenges, and we should have commissioners that represent represent these communities. So my first vote would be for the Unity map. Obert's map and a few of the other ones kind of reflect that. My strong objection to any map that would include East Palo Alto and West Menlo with the coastal areas, I don't. That's not really defensible. We are not a similar community of interest at all, and I don't know how you would end up putting East Palo Alto alongside Pescadero unless you were trying to balance a spreadsheet. So I'll leave my comments at that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Espinoza, followed by Commissioner Guerrero.
Thank you. I just want to share something in response to Commissioner Diane. So I think one of the beauties of San Mateo County is how diverse we are. So I think that you can be in the same district and be different at the same time and be together. I think the idea and the role of us of this commission is to keep communities of interest intact, not choosing if community of interest 1 has to be with community of interest 2 if they're just because they're different. I mean, keeping them intact is important. Our county has lots of issues: mental health issues, fire, recovery from the pandemic, small business, working class, very wealthy. I mean, we're so mixed. It is very difficult to get away. There are very wealthy people living around EPA, and there are very wealthy people living on the coast. There's also there's also low income and farm workers working there, right? So a community of interest could be a farm worker. Another community of interest could be someone who is wealthy and enjoys lots of acres and horses out on the coast. I think that's what makes our community beautiful. What I attempted to do with my map, which by the way, I can't be the only one to take credit for it. It's something that was put together from the input from the community and really focused on taking in as much as possible and trying to satisfy what the community came out from all over the place. I've been surprised of how many people and from so many different parts of the county came up for my map. So my original map was 69539, which then working with NDC, we made it better. And that then it was put up as the map with my name on it. So I know there was clarification earlier, but I just want to clarify that again, is that it does keep communities of interest together. I know Commissioner Vanderpala, you brought that up. We need to, if we're going to do that, we also need to do that with the Unity map. You asked for it for mine. We have not seen that for the Unity map. We just heard that it does that. Well, I'm telling you the same thing. My map does the same thing. If you look at the slide that Kristen had up, I know the majority of those communities and where they are, and they're intact because they're within city limits. Very few of them spread out to different cities. And the issue of North Fair Oaks with EPA and Bellhaven, I promise you that I took that heavily into consideration as someone who lives right next door to North Fair Oaks, who my community where I live is Strandball Heller, one of the communities of interest. Sometimes we're very similar in a lot of ways. Working class, Latino, I mean, that's who I am. And sometimes like we have to draw lines, and I'm trying to respect as much as possible of keeping North Fair Oaks, East Palo Alto, and Bellhaven together, even though Bellhaven is part of Menlo Park. They have a city council. EPA is a city. It has its own city council. North Fair Oaks is the only unincorporated one of the three, but I tried really hard to keep those together. I understand Commissioner Dinan's opposition to that, and it's something that I definitely took into account because it is difficult. However, we have an entire county to think about, and how do we satisfy what the entire county needs, not just the needs of one area, but the most amount of areas so that most people are getting the services they need. When we talk about the Bay and sea level rise, the more supervisors are involved in that process, the higher the likeliness of action being taken, the more funds are put into that issue. So we're not just thinking about who represents, but also the funds that are going to go into these communities. Remember, there's something called Measure K, which every district has access to. And depending on how you split that up is how much dollars are spent into that district. So it's really important to take all these things into account. And I feel that I did that. And I want to thank the community who's come out and supported my map. I've actually been quite surprised of how many folks came out for that, for this map. I want to thank NDC for making it better, that it got it down to a much lower deviation, but also only splits one city. And I think that speaks for itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before I call on Commissioner Guerrero, we do have some hands raised on the public side. Members of the public, public hearing is closed, but you may wish to email your comment to to districtlines@smcgov.org, and it'll be made part of the record. Commissioner Guerrero, please proceed, followed by Commissioner Monzon Ruiz.
Thank you, Suki. I definitely also don't want to belabor, I think, what has been brought up by numerous commissioners. I do think, based on the feedback today, I think that the unity map as presented and Commissioner Espinoza Murray's map should be considered as some of our options to present to the board. Speaking from a District 5 perspective, just from sort of what I've solicited and also upon review of public comment, I lean towards the unity map as it relates to District 5, mainly because I think, as mentioned, the communities of Bury and Westboro and South San Francisco do, I think, share more of an affinity towards Daly City and North San Mateo County, given the rich cultural similarities, primarily, the commerce corridors, the parishes and churches that I think really cross over between South San Francisco and Daly City. So that's just something that I want to put out there with respect to the unity map, but also just wanted to thank Commissioner Espinoza Murray and the folks that worked with him in terms of creating this map. I do also want to echo sort of what was brought up by Commissioners Azos and Barber. I think that there's a little bit of recency bias that I think we also have to take into account the public comment and sort of other areas and maps that were presented early on in the process. And I know that we were working towards a list of things that I think we wanted to go through and maybe solicit some additional feedback. I personally was interested in some maps that had a little on the lower population deviation, just for my own edification and sort of awareness. So that's where I stand. I think, and I think also I wanted to mention, I think something that we would submit over to the Board of Supervisors, as well as I think the NDC minimum change map, just so that, there's a baseline or, something that the board can take a look at in conjunction to those that we ultimately put forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Monzon Ruiz, followed by Commissioner Albert.
Thank you, Suwani. Yes, I would like to lean towards having more than 2 maps presented to the Board of Supervisors. And perhaps I'd like to echo one of the commissioners that said that maybe we can do some slight modifications and have a better map. But I wish other maps could be also considered, but we have to narrow it. But I feel that this is exactly why, even though there's a lot of participation tonight, there's only a certain sector of the communities that participate tonight. There are a lot of communities that are not present tonight. And I feel that we should note that there are many people that it's not even aware that what we're deciding here for the next 10 years. And I feel that because of this, I feel like we're rushing a lot. We have deadlines, I understand. But that's why exactly a lot of people gets disengaged in the community. We mentioned a lot about HIP community, but what is community for? There's a lot of the community that are not present here, and we're deciding for them. I don't feel good about it. I would like to go back what I mentioned on the previous meeting, that this is a good opportunity for us to submit several maps to the Board of Supervisors, but also echo the importance of consider what would be the procedure to have at least two more districts. Because if we talk about lack of representation or disengagement on our communities, perhaps we should look into having more options. I hear that the numbers are not there, but we should exercise, we should at least be educated. What would be the steps? And we have an opportunity that all of us together to at least put the first brick on that possibility. Because at the end of the day, the more representation that we have, the more access they would have to each corner. So I would highly consider that when we talk about communities of interest, not because there is a lot of people here from the certain communities present tonight, that means that they are the only ones. I speak in behalf of as a Hispanic. Not because you speak Spanish, your interest is on the Hispanic community. Tonight, I don't see too many of them, but they should be included. And so I would like to highly recommend that along the maps, we should suggest to the Board of Supervisors to consider adding 2 more districts for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Albert, followed by Commissioner Romero.
Thank you, Suki, and thank you, Chair Lawrence. I'm going to try and be as brief as I possibly can here because I just look over at my clock and we've just hit 10 p.m. So we've been at this for 3.5 hours. I am not going to take a position for or against any particular map. I instead would like to come back to a point I made earlier in that I believe it was 8 maps that Kristen said had been identified by 1 or more commissioners as being of interest, and maybe that number's grown 1 or 2 since then. I sincerely think what we ought to do is have them presented, look at them, and then do a straw vote on each one very quickly, okay? Because it's not the only way of doing things, but in my experience, when you have a large number of very complex choices to make, sometimes what you find out is the 80-20 rule applies, and it turns out that actually the majority agrees on, 1/3 of the maps are worth considering, and the other 2/3 actually there's some support, but not much. And if you spend a lot of time on each one, you'll never get there. So I hope we will consider doing fairly quick straw votes on each of them, then come back and spend time on the ones that have a significant level of interest. And maybe we'll be lucky and find out that there's only 3 that have a significant level of interest, and we could declare victory and say that those are the 3 we want to submit. The only other comment I'll make is that I'm really pleased for Commissioner Espinoza that he was able to get help from NDC on perfecting his map. I have no particular ownership of my map, but I really wish that NDC had gotten back to me on my request to get some questions answered and some help done on mine, because who knows, it might have been better and could have been a contender. But I'll pass my time on to somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Albert. Next is Commissioner Romero, followed by Commissioner Salander.
Hi, good evening. I'll make this brief. I completely echo what a lot of the commissioners have said, especially around learning the process of adding 2 more districts. I know this is not the time or the place to do that, but I do think that especially for certain parts of South San Francisco, from Hillside to Grand Avenue and Spruce, there is a significant community population of interest, a community of interest that share a common language. Many of them are Latinos, renters, average age 40, family, lots of immigrants, and those are the voices, if I can speak for Commissioner Edmes, that are not represented in a map. And it's unfortunate, and I'll accept, even though that's not my district, I'll accept part of the blame for that, because I'm really heartbroken that those voices are not here. And so I would like to propose that the Unity map be considered as one of my proposed maps to the Board of Supervisors, where it's modified and includes the eastern part of South San Francisco, which would be, as I mentioned, Hillside to Grand Avenue and Spruce. And also really sort of emphasizing the need to learn more about the process of adding a couple more districts, so that specific area of South San Francisco has more representation from the current Board of Supervisor and the future Board of Supervisors. I would also like to add that the importance of looking at the minimal changes map. And I know yeah. And so just putting that forward. So again, so it serves as a baseline, but I appreciate how that keeps District 5 intact and includes the important area of Westboro, since that shares a similar community of interest with our Filipino American community. So yeah, thank you everyone for your time. This has been an incredible journey, and I look forward to working with you guys in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Romero. Next is Commissioner Salander, followed by Chair Lawrence.
Thank you. So the first thing I want to say is that I'm so grateful and proud of our community for showing up. They showed up today. We've had so many public comments throughout this entire process, these many months. And I'm just really grateful also for the fact that we have this process, because it is so fundamental to our democracy. To address the two maps that we're talking about the most so far, I really do support the Espinosa map. I think it accomplishes a lot of great things, and it's also somewhat similar to some of the other maps that were submitted by the public in District R, and then as well as the NDC no split to South San Francisco #2 map. And I think that the similarities between all these maps is a good sign in the direction that maybe we should be going. I also want to note that in the effort to keep cities together, we are taking into account history. In the past process in 2013, I believe council has told us before that the board elected to keep more cities together, and they are the ones that have the final say. So I think we should be considering it, as well as the fact that in our early calls to identify communities of interest, people named their city, people named their neighborhoods. So I think in some cases, certain cities are communities of interest. And so therefore we're not really like over prioritizing one more than the other. I also think that we need to remember that yes, the criteria are ranked, but that does not mean we can exclude the remaining criteria, such as the fact that the boundaries have to be easily identifiable for people. I do really like the unity map. However, my main concern is that it does leave out some people who are renters and lower income people who do live on the hillside community or the hillside district in that map. And it does kind of isolate them. And I also worry that this map will not be easily identifiable for residents, causing confusion during elections, which is not as conducive to civic engagement. Because we want more people to want to run. We want people to be representative of our community. And I think making sure that you know what district you're in is something really important to consider. That's not to say I'm opposed to the unity map. In fact, I think it's really valuable to consider putting forth both of them. However, I do want to suggest that we pick as few maps as possible, because the point of our commission is that we don't want our elected officials choosing our map. We're the Citizen Advisory Commission, and we've taken into account so much public comment, which is really amazing again. And I just want to make our voice as strong as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair Lawrence, you're next, but I do see a hand raised by council if you want to take him first.
I can certainly wait. I just wanted to correct one comment about, Chair Lawrence, I'll leave it to you if you want me to go after you.
No, go ahead, please.
I was just going to comment just for the commissions, so we're all on the same page. In 2013, we talked about this before. I just want to make sure that we're clear on this. In 2013, the law was that the board may consider kind of the same criteria we have under the current law: cities, communities of interest, contiguousness, and it was that the board could consider those factors. Since then, the law has been changed, and now the board shall consider those factors, and they shall consider them in the ranked order that are provided in the elections code. So I just wanted to draw that distinction, just so we're all clear on the main difference, I think, probably between what occurred in 2013 and what the requirements are now after the change in the law. That's it.
Thank you.
Thanks for correcting it.
Thank you. I won't repeat everything everybody said. I'd say thank you for all your comments. Been very good, very robust. The only thing that I like to put before the commission is that, you know, we seem to have zeroed in on 2 maps, and, you know, I support both of them. I think they have pluses and minuses to them. But I really want us to examine the other maps, other maps that we really take a closer look at before we move forward. You know, that's my only concern, that I don't have a good feeling for the other maps and what they contain and what they don't contain.
Chair Lawrence, this is Priscilla. How would you propose that we familiarize ourselves with the rest of these other maps? I mean, just some ideas.
Yeah, we had 8 maps. Maybe Mr. Johnson could run us through the 6 that weren't there, so we can see how well they align with what we're looking at. You know, Mr. Espinosa's map and the new Unity map. You know, maybe they're not that far off, but I just like to make sure we have a rounded view when we decide that, okay, these are the ones we're going to push forward, and not just, you know, because of time and everyone's talking about one map, but we forego looking at the other ones.
I'm happy to do that if you'd like.
Well, let me take a couple questions first. Commissioner Nana Paula had her hands up for quite a while, and then I'll take Commissioner Ober.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Espinosa's comments earlier. We cannot achieve the community of minimizing the community of interest without splitting the cities. I've looked at both the maps, and that is not possible to do that, to minimize the community of interest. You know, we cannot achieve that. So that's why we see those cities being split. It does, I just want to say again, it does fulfill the criteria. Out of 5 criteria, it definitely fulfills 4 criteria. But only thing is that it doesn't minimize the divisions of the cities, but it does minimize the communities of interest, the Unity map. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
But we should take a look at other maps also. I totally agree with the commission.
Commissioner Ober.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Lawrence. I like your idea of going through each of the maps, all of the maps, the 8 maps, whatever they are, to study them a little bit more, have Kristen walk us through them. Can I ask, you know, maybe I'm being a broken record here, but could we, as we do that, could we get kind of a show of hands of how many people, after we've been exposed to them, think the map is worthy of interest? Because, you know, maybe, as I said, things will narrow down quickly. Maybe it'll turn out there'll be one in there that people like more than the ones we've been talking about a lot. Just because something's talked about a lot isn't necessarily the thing that, you know, people end up liking the most. So that's just an idea. Just show of hands after we look at each one of the maps about how people feel about it.
It's a good suggestion. I'll move to Commissioner Espinosa.
Thank you, Commissioner Ober, for those comments, and thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. Going back to Commissioner Bender-Pauly's comments, I'd love to know which communities of interest you're referring to. The ones that I'm specifying of the communities of interest, which my map covers, are in the presentation, and those are the communities that are being represented there. So I would like some clarification of which communities of interest are require us to go over 8 different cities, for us to require splitting 8 different cities, because looking at the Unity map closely, it actually does go through certain communities. Commissioner Chan mentioned one specifically in Millbrae. I know of another in San Bruno that literally splits it right down the middle, mostly Latino immigrant community. And there's a line right through it. So I'm just curious, like, what communities of interest you're referring to, because we may not be talking about the same communities of interest. Mind you, it could be a socioeconomic one, or it could be a language one, and those don't necessarily have to be the same. So I'm wondering what you're speaking about, so that this commission is clear that we're probably not talking about the same communities of interest. So
one of them was talked about was a Filipino community of interest. And also, if you look at the per se, it's mostly about not only about like the sea level rise concern, and those are the things I'm also taking into consideration, and also keeping all the doing the at the bay side, not the west side, but also the east side, putting them together. But if you don't divide the cities, then if you look at the east side, they will be part of different districts. But if you divide them up, then you're putting them as one unit on the east side, right? So then they can really take a closer look at issues like sea level rise, as well as, renters, quite a few people that side, the community is not so affluent. They're not so, you could say marginalized communities.
Yeah, Chair, if I may respond to that, just to close it out. So the entire peninsula is at risk of sea level rise, and we just have to recognize that. So if that's one, we need representation on the board, not from one one supervisor, but many. This is a big issue. Also, it seems like the communities of interest you're naming are very different from mine. Mine refer to more of languages spoken at home, income, like whether it's Latinx community, whether it is a Filipino community. We heard from the Filipino community leaders today speak on behalf of the Espinosa map, because it does keep a lot of those intact. So that's why I'm still curious. I still don't have definition, even based on your explanation. It seems very broad versus being very specific to communities of interest. You're talking about very broad-based issues that affect a lot of people. So I apologize, but I'm not convinced that.
Let me review my notes again. Give me a few minutes.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's move to Mr. Johnson, because I really want to see the other maps. I think there's some interest there, and maybe we can just show of hands as to if it is in the same perspective as the first two we talked about.
Sure, happy to. First, just to the question of a straw poll, actually, we kind of just did a straw poll as you went through the list of the commissioners, and I was keeping track of who commented for each one. So we do have a start on that. Let me share my screen. The other advantage of, as we went through each commissioner's comment, is Ms. Parks and I were working furiously behind the scenes, and we now have all of your 8 maps in the interactive review map, including the 3 District R ones. So I can start. Right now, you're looking at the current districts. Probably the easiest one to address is 61095 that one commissioner mentioned. 61095, it turns out, is the NDC coast map that the commission looked at before. So as I overlay them, you see how the colors get brighter everywhere. It's because they're identical. So you have, even though 61095 as a number is new, you've seen the coast map for a while. This is the map that divides Daly City along the freeway, with the west side of Daly City with the rest of the coast. So that one you're fairly familiar with already. See, we talked about 69539 and the Espinosa map are essentially the same map. The Espinosa one is just the one that's population balanced with the new data. It does have the cluster of East Palo Alto, Menlo Park, North Fair Oaks, Atherton, all put together. So as Mr. Espinosa, I believe, mentioned, this does get Bellhaven with North Fair Oaks together. One of the, to go into a little more detail, really the catch that the authors of this map figured out is the way to keep Redwood City together is you actually have to go through a small unincorporated neck and pull out Emerald Lake Hills, which is unincorporated area. So it does do that. This arm coming around, that is the city border of Redwood City. So even though it looks strange, it's because the city's border is strange. It's just following the city border. So we get Redwood City, Belmont, San Carlos together. Then we get Foster City, San Mateo, Hillsborough together. Burlingame is the one split city where District 3 comes over for the rest of the population needs and to pick up that extra population. But most of Burlingame is together in District 1. just the kind of northwest corner on the other side of El Camino, inland from El Camino Real is split. And then you come up with Millbrae, San Bruno, South San Francisco together. As mentioned, in order to keep the only way to keep South San Francisco together is put Pacifica up with Daly City and Brisbane. And then the last piece of this is where I started. The Menlo Park region is together with the coastal cities. Of course, the coastal cities need some population from the Bayside cities. There's not enough people there on their own unless you take a big chunk of Daly City. And so that's how that finishes that out. So that covers both 69539 and the Espinosa map because they are essentially the same. You've seen the Unity map, so I won't go back through that. It is definitely a entirely different approach than the other maps that we've looked at. The minimal changes map, there were 2 or 3 mentions of the minimal changes map. Let me highlight. It's one of the advantages of this tool is we can overlay the two. So where we get the bright purple means there's no change from the current districts. Where there is shading changes is where there's a difference. So the current district, in the current supervisorial districts, Redwood City wraps around Emerald Lake Hills. In the NDC minimal change map, Redwood City is picking that area up. It's part of the way it's balancing. Same thing with the current districts. The other difference, the unincorporated area, there's a unincorporated pocket. This is not North Fair Oaks, it's a different unincorporated pocket between Atherton and Redwood City. So that gets picked up in this map. North Fair Oaks is on the other side of El Camino Real from that area. Same thing in Belmont. The NDC minimal change map is splitting Belmont. The current districts have a split of Belmont, but a smaller one. So there are 2 pieces of Belmont that are not in the current district. The NDC minimal change map goes right through the middle of it in order to population balance. And then we'll zoom out a bit. Elsewhere, they're largely the same, except on the freeway side, the inland side of San Bruno. The current districts follow the freeway, and for population balance, I'm sorry, the current, I had that backwards. The current districts get all of San Bruno into population balance. The minimal change map follows the freeway there and brings 5 down. So just 4 or 5 places where there's been population balancing shifts. The overall character of the map is very much the current map, as was developed through a very extensive community engagement process that wasn't nearly as time limited as unfortunately this one is last time around, but as county council has pointed out, followed a different set of rules than the current process has in place. The NDC City Focus 2 map, which a couple of commissioners mentioned early on, but didn't really come up in this last round. Again, is very focused on trying to keep cities together. It does split just South San Francisco in order to keep Pacifica with the coast. And then I believe Mr. Espinosa mentioned earlier, some of these maps do split cities 3 ways, and this is one of them. Redwood City is kind of the area around Emerald Lake Hill together with split off from the rest of the city. And then the third split actually kind of makes sense. Redwood Shores is split off from the city and goes with Foster City and San Mateo. So that's the way we get the minimal splits down, or the number of city splits down in that. But obviously for those who know the area, Foster City and Redwood Shores have a lot of connections. It's actually easier to get from one to the other than it is to get from Redwood Shores to the rest of Redwood City. And this does put North Fair Oaks together with both Bellhaven and the neighboring part of Redwood City, which there's been discussion about how closely those 3 different parts are tied together. Looking at other maps, covered just about everything. South San Francisco unsplit was mentioned by 2, so let me touch on that. Well, I think I did touch on this. This is that Menlo Park, North Fair Oaks, East Palo Alto area goes in with some of the coast. But this is the one that was mentioned earlier. In terms of Pacifica, has to go with Daly City in order to keep South San Francisco whole. And then Montara is in this map to population balance that district. But as was mentioned, it is pretty small, so we may be able to take that out just within the population deviation. Then as you go up the coast, up the Bayshore rather, we get Redwood City, San Carlos, Belmont together. Foster City is together with most of San Mateo, but again, for population balancing, there's a piece of San Mateo coming out. Hillsborough is with most of San Mateo and Foster City. And then we go up to Millbrae. Burlingame on the Bayshore side, Burlingame is actually split along El Camino Real on this map. And then San Bruno and South San Francisco. I think I've covered, oh, and then the other one, the last one is 60329. This one in the north, District 5 is very much like the current District 5. It's if I overlay the two, it's actually the exact same population balancing change that was in the minimal change map, where District 5 is just picking up that piece of San Bruno that's west of the freeway. Then we come down the Bayshore cities, and then we go inland a little bit to get Hillsborough and the unincorporated areas just south of Hillsborough. And this is where it gets unusual. Most of San Carlos, not quite all of it, but almost all of San Carlos goes with the coast, as does Atherton and West Menlo Park, and most of Menlo Park, but not the, I guess, Menlo Park west of the 101 freeway, with some exceptions. So that's the other District R map that we had in the list that was mentioned, 60329. And that is a quick walkthrough. Happy to answer any questions or to look at anything in more detail that anyone needs, or otherwise to hand off to. At this point, we have, from your survey, we had a lot of votes for, as you mentioned, there were a number of comments in support of Unity map, a number of comments in support of Espinoza map, and actually a couple comments against the Espinoza map. And so both of those two were the ones that had 4 or 5 or 6 comments. Then we had two comments each for minimal changes, and South San Francisco unsplit, and the others did not get mentioned.
Let's start with County Council. Brian has a comment.
Oh, just super quickly, Mr. Johnson, I had in my notes that there was a mention of Commissioner Olbert's map as well. I don't know if that, I thought I heard that, but I could be wrong on that. And it was going to speak to the issue of a potential straw poll, but sounds like we won't get there. If we do, I'll raise my hand again.
Okay.
I can certainly show Commissioner Olbert's map if you'd like me to.
Please proceed. Yes.
Okay, let me bring that one up. We do have that one in the viewer as well. So this is Commissioner Olbert's map. Again, you're getting the Bellhaven, North Fair Oaks, bordering areas of Redwood City all united. So it is splitting those cities along El Camino Real, but it is putting those 3 important communities of interest together. Then we get Redwood City and a good chunk of San Carlos finish up that district. We get what you see as the blue district here is Redwood Shores.
Hey, Dad, I'm in a meeting. The rest it has to be quick.
Someone needs to mute their phone, please, or mute their system. Then we get Foster City, San Mateo, Belmont, and Redwood Shores. Almost all of Burlingame. There's a little corner that I'm sure is just because it's hard to pickup cities in District R. Burlingame, Millbrae, San Bruno, I guess the industrial Bayshore side of South San Francisco and the neighborhood next to it, and the west side of South San Francisco, together with Brisbane and some of the unincorporated area there. Then we get Daly City coming down to, Commissioner Olbert can confirm this, but I believe that's focusing on those Filipino neighborhoods in South San Francisco that were mentioned, but I'll defer to Commissioner Olbert to confirm that. And then we get the coast. I would roughly describe this as the coast with the hills. To some degree, there's an element of the unity map in this map, where you get the coast with the upper parts of the hills. Roughly, I suspect in the same idea that the unity map was pursuing.
Through the chair.
Okay. Thank you.
That's all I have.
Through the chair.
I see Commissioner Diamond.
Yeah, hi. One point I wanted to make about any district that would include East Palo Alto, Bellhaven, with the coast is right now we have a district that's about 42% Hispanic and I think about 4% African American. Under the changes brought by this redistricting, we would go to a district that is 17.5% Hispanic, 76% white or Asian. This is exactly what marginalization and disenfranchisement looks like. I would really question whether this is legally defensible to take a district that has heavy Hispanic population, heavy African American population, and so dilute those populations that they would really have no impact on picking their own representation or representative. So I see a lot of maps that would be fairly acceptable from where East Palo Alto and Bellhaven sit. But this one is so egregiously bad. I just want to comment on that because it really does not meet the redistricting criteria. And I want to scream that and say, look, you can't take a district that's 46% Hispanic right now and take it down to 17.5% and completely disenfranchise the people of East Palo Alto. And I'll leave it at that.
Oh, Chair, if I can, just for the record, I think there may be some confusion between numbering or something like that. I do want to clarify in the map I was just showing you, the Olbert map, the numbers don't go down that much. There may be confusion from the statistical sheets, but
No, I'm not talking about the Olbert map. I'm talking about the Espinoza map, the one that loops Pescadero in with East Palo Alto and Bellhaven. That's completely unacceptable.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Olbert.
Thank you, Chair Lawrence. I don't live in East Palo Alto, but one of the things that I agree with Commissioner Diamond about is I think, oddly enough, if we think about making changes, significant changes to the existing map, we really need to think long and hard about upsetting existing relationships. And I'm not talking about who supports who. It's just that one of the features of politics is people make it work to the best they can wherever they happen to be situated. And if you suddenly sort of pick them up and throw them into a totally different place, I think Commissioner Diamond, not far off the mark talking about disenfranchisement, because even if they reintegrate themselves later, it takes a while to do that. So for a bunch of different reasons, that aspect of a couple of the plans, including Commissioner Espinoza's plan, really kind of troubled me. There are things about them I like. I think they were very creatively done. But that aspect of it in particular really bothers me.
Other comments, questions? Commissioner Alpano. You're on mute.
You're on mute.
I was reviewing my notes again, why I made those comments is, so why the split happened between those cities is because on the east side, again, communities that live in these areas, especially those east of the railroad tracks, they have shared interests related to the proximity to the Bay coastline, right? And also many people in these areas, they have shared socioeconomic concerns, right? They have many renters and people are particularly housing cost burden. So those are the things that allows, the unity map allows for the community of interest to stay together, and so that way they have a voice at the Board of Supervisors. If you don't split the city, you will not see that you may not have, these COIs may not have the opportunity to have a voice. And that's where I stop. Thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
With regard to the comments by Commissioner Dinan, I think that there's a couple of things that are unfavorable for his region, is that he can only align district-wise to the north of him. And I'm curious, Commissioner Dinan, do you have a particular map that you feel like is more favorable to your area? I've heard your dissent on some of the maps that are there, but I have not heard yet if there was a specific map, or perhaps I've just forgotten, but that you favor, so I could consider that.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Obert's map roughly gets it right. I think there's a few other ones. Let me get the exact name. I had written down the numbers. There was the city change to one. Bear with me real quick. And we have, the limited change. Give me a second here. I have to pull up the list here on the City Focus 2 map, NDC City Focus 2 map makes sense to me.
Thank you.
That's the one that seems to keep, geographic contingency, and then also the Unity map that was put forward also makes a lot of sense. So those two made sense to me. The ones that don't make sense are where they hack off East Palo Alto and Bellhaven for the sake of balancing populations. I mean, we have a lot in common with people in Redwood City, North Fair Oaks, Bellhaven, even Atherton and Menlo Park. Our kids live here. They go to school in Atherton, Menlo Park, all over the region. Redwood City, this is where people live and work. There's a lot of people who live in East Palo Alto and work in Atherton and Menlo Park. There's very few who would have any connection with the coast side other than going to the wonderful beaches for the day. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Chair recognizes Commissioner Guerrero.
I believe, and Commissioner Chow, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you also expressed interest in map 69935 being reviewed as well.
Commissioner Chow, you might be on mute.
Oh, yes, 69935. Yeah, that was one of them that I favor.
I was just going to mention that. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Espinosa.
Thank you, Chair. And at the risk of taking up too much space and too much time in this meeting, but I do want to address something about comments by Commissioner Diana about disenfranchisement. I am a gay man of color, son of immigrant refugees. If anyone has experienced that, it is I. And one of the things that I looked at while creating this map was a DEI lens in which I looked at this map, but not just for a specific area, but instead the entire county, looking to make 2 majority minority districts up in the north, a half and half district, half white, half people of color district, and also 2 mostly white districts. It is not my intention to disenfranchise any community. Instead, it's actually to uplift it and increase the opportunity for people of color to be motivated to run, to have the opportunity to run, to feel like they'd be supported. And those are my intentions with my map. I'm not saying the map is perfect. I have not seen any map that's perfect. You can poke holes at every single map, and we can talk here all night about which one's better, which one's worse. They all have positives and negatives. What I'm trying to say is that I've done and spent a lot of work and spent a lot of time looking at these maps, and I still have a hard time being convinced that obviously I'm biased. I drafted the map that other maps satisfy what the community told us. And that's really what I use to make the map. What does the community tell us? By the community, I mean the entire county, not just one interest in one end of the county or another interest in the other end of the county. People came from all over the county to support the Espinoza map. It is not just my map. It is a map of many of the folks that came out here to speak for it. I do think that there are other maps that have merit, by the way. I'm not only considering my map as the only option. I think other maps have merit. So I'd like to, for us to, move on from that and try to narrow it down to, 2, 3, 4 maps and go from there.
Great, thank you. Chair recognizes Commissioner Chan.
Yeah, one thing I would say is that I have felt the consensus of this committee and the public shift quite dramatically in this meeting. I think I would guess that one of the reasons Commissioner Espinoza drew up his map was to limit the division of cities, because so many comments and so many commissioner comments emphasize not dividing cities. And, if there's more appetite on the commission for dividing cities in order to keep communities of interest together, maybe we should be open to different types of maps. But, up until this meeting, there was a lot of talk about keeping cities together. And so going into this meeting, it was my impression that you could evaluate maps based on how many cities they split. If that's changed, great. Let's consider more. But I just want to let you all know that that's what it felt like to me coming into this meeting. And so, some of the maps that were designed were probably designed to see for the purpose of what will get past this commission based on what has been said to date. And if that's changed, well, I guess we'll have to hash it out in this meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Chan. Chair recognizes Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. As we cross the 4-hour mark of this meeting, I think the commission and the public have had an excellent airing of thoughts and opinions. So I want to just make a procedural suggestion to you. Feel free to reject, but I think at this point you have a lot of expressions of support of the Unity map, a lot of expressions of support and opposition to Espinoza map. I would suggest it might be a good idea to take those two maps one by one, perhaps make a motion of whether the Unity map should be forwarded to the commission, take a vote, see if there's any new comments to make on that, take a vote on that, and then make a motion about the Espinoza map and take a vote on that, and then see if there's any other maps that any commissioners want to make a motion to also then bring up for consideration. But don't want to cut off any debate, but I think you've had an excellent discussion, and this may be a good way of getting off the table things that you can make a decision on at this point, and then letting you focus on a third or fourth map if there is any interest in that kind of thing.
Thank you for that suggestion. Let's go to Commissioner Over.
Thank you, Chair Lawrence. I actually was going to make a very similar comment to what Mr. Johnson just said. I think we ought to start going through the maps, starting with the ones that have the most verbal expressions of interest and voting on them. Personally, I don't plan on voting for either the Unity or the Espinoza map for reasons that I've laid out. But nonetheless, I'm perfectly fine to have us do the vote and to lose. That's okay. That's why there are 15 of us. I guess the only other comment I'd say is I really do appreciate the effort that Rudy put into putting his map together. I know the effort I put into mine that didn't get quite as polished as his, and it's a lot. I hope, please don't, Rudy, please don't take anybody's comments as being critical of you personally. It really is a matter of, as often is the case, I think, when one person does something with forethought and careful thought and whatnot, and other people look at it, they go, gee, that doesn't quite work. Okay. It's and that's how I interpreted Commissioner Diane's comments, that the way he might value stuff, the way I might value stuff, in communities of interest might be slightly different from yours, but that's where it came from. So I do hope we proceed to a vote.
Thank you. Commissioner Azon.
I'll let Mr. Mates talk.
Commissioner, Mr. Mays.
Thank you. Just one quick note, if it's the chair's pleasure to move to this sort of procedural point where up and down votes on maps, I would just recommend that we maybe close this part of looking over maps. And there were two commissioners who wanted to see, I believe it was 69935, Commissioners Guerrero and Chow both mentioned that map.
Okay. Let me hear from Commissioner Barber and then Commissioner Espinosa.
Yes, I'm also in favor of proceeding to a vote. The only thing I would add is I think we should try to decide how many maps we want to send to the board first.
Thank you. Commissioner Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move for us to proceed with passing the two maps, Unity Map and Espinosa Map, to be recommended to the Board of Supervisors without concluding the continuation of reviewing other maps to add to that list to be sent.
Okay. Let's hear from the other commissioners before we move on.
Is there, I guess you'd have to ask for a second, Chair. Sorry, I didn't make a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Questions?
Question, are we voting on the, I'm sorry.
It's been moved and second. I'm going to ask the clerk to roll call.
Just to clarify, sorry, the motion, Commissioner Espinosa Murray, was to move forward to recommend to the Board of Supervisors for adoption the Unity Map and the Espinosa Map, while also keeping open the possibility of discussing additional maps. Is that correct? Thank you.
Okay.
If I may say something before we vote, I mentioned already that I do have an issue with the Unity Map in that I think there's an unnecessary division of Millbrae that would not be necessary, and the map would still be sound. So I'm hoping people will accept that, a footnote to the moving forward of the Unity Map.
We'd have to include that in the motion. That wasn't in the motion that was put forth and approved and second. You want to amend the motion?
Sure. I would move to move the unit.
No, Mr. Chair, we already have a motion on the floor.
We have a motion on the
Only
table.
the maker can amend the motion.
Yeah. Okay. We have to vote on this one. Then you can make a counter one.
Through the chair, just because from my experience on the San Carlos City Council, I don't know how the county operates. We used to operate that a successive motion, if it got seconded, got voted on first, but different organizations have different rules regarding that. I don't know what's in effect here. Perhaps council could explain that to us.
Brian?
Was there a second motion made?
I believe that Commissioner Chan.
Commissioner Chan was making a motion.
Was
yes.
starting to make another motion.
Right.
And my question basically is, if he makes a competing motion and somebody seconds his motion, do we vote on his motion first, or do we vote on Commissioner Espinosa's motion first?
Generally, the second motion would be voted on first.
Okay. So then the question becomes whether or not there's a second for Commissioner Chan's motion.
So if I may,
second.
So Commissioner Chan's motion has been moved and second. I still see two hands raised. Should I take questions or do we move?
Chair, so just to clarify, Commissioner Chan just made an amendment to my motion, which is we would proceed with an amended Unity Map and we would proceed with my map as is. Is that correct?
I believe, council, that cannot be done because the maker already made the motion and was seconded. So only the maker can amend his motion.
So an amendment can be considered a subsidiary motion, which is secondary. So
That's fair. Yeah, I think I rescind my current answer. I think Commissioner Espinoza Murray is correct. If it's a subsidiary motion, then his motion would take precedence.
I hate to be, sorry, through the chair, I hate to be pedantic about this, but what if Commissioner Chance simply proposes a new motion saying, I would like to propose the unity map with the following change and Commissioner Espinoza's map? Then he's not amending Commissioner Espinoza's motion.
This can all be simplified quite a bit, I think. If Commissioner Espinoza is, and whoever seconded it is open to accepting the amendment.
I definitely am. And that's why I wanted to say we can vote on the amendment and then go with the amendment. Or if so technically I no longer own the motion because I said it and it was seconded and now becomes the floor's. However, if we're all okay with it, I'm willing to amend my motion to state that we submit an amended unity map, where I would also ask to look into account the specific community I'm talking about, where San Bruno split, a mostly Latinx community, along with the piece of Millbrae that is cut out, as Commissioner Chan has mentioned, along with submitting my map. So thank you.
That's fair. And Commissioner Jan, if that's acceptable, would you formally withdraw your motion?
Yep.
I second Commissioner Espinosa's motion.
Amended motion.
Yeah.
Amended motion.
And just as a technical point, there's a finger of Millbrae. It's a weird piece shape of Millbrae that we're talking about that's cut off. And then there's actually a surrounded single census block that's unincorporated that we worked in. And I did look at the numbers, and it's about 230 people that we're talking about moving. So it wouldn't have any impact on the demographics or anything like that.
So council, I'm sorry. The amended motion was made by Espinoza. The first motion was seconded by Commissioner Bledsoe. So I guess she would need to second that motion, correct?
Correct.
Yes. So Commissioner Bledsoe, I would need your second.
Second.
Okay, thank you. And I'll take the roll call now. Mr. Chair, do you want to hear from Mr. Dinan first, or should I just go ahead and take the motion?
Let's hear from Mr. Diner. I don't know if it has an impact on.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would like to have a debate about this motion, just because I think there's some points that need to be made about it. I don't know if this is the time to do it, but I don't think we should take each of these maps one by one. They shouldn't be packaged together because there's distinct reasons for supporting each one of them. And this almost seems like a manipulation of the vote to get people who might support one map or another voting for one map or another. So I really think they should be voted on one by one. And I think we should think about that. There's no reason if we need to go quickly, we can't have every commissioner on the record for each specific map as opposed to a package deal. And I'll leave it at that.
Well, to clarify, the motion was just on Mr. Espinosa's map, right?
What I heard was to advance both of them, to advance two maps at the same time. And I have, minor issues with Unity map that I'd like to discuss, and I have major issues with the Espinoza map. And I don't think coupling them together is a good idea. I think each commissioner should be on the record for each one individually, not for two maps at the same time. I mean, I could say, hey, let's advance garlic ice cream and vanilla ice cream. And you'd be like, yeah, I like vanilla ice cream. Let's get this going. I want to make sure that's at the table. And I don't, so.
Point well taken. Commissioner Barber.
I agree with Commissioner Dinan. I think they should be voted on separately.
Commissioner Espinosa.
Yeah, I just want to say that the reason I'm proposing this is because I took note of those who spoke in favor and who spoke against it. And we have a similar number, and I think we can move forward and start discussing other maps that we want to talk to. It seems like there's plenty of support for both. We shouldn't spend more time with more motions and more roll calls. I think let's just be more efficient. They have enough support. Let's proceed. Thank you.
Commissioner Salazar.
I think that because the motion's already on the floor, we should just go ahead and vote on it. If it fails, then we can do them separately as requested, but just to keep it moving.
I'll ask county council, are we making a mistake by going forward, voting on 2, or should we just retract? Okay, then let's
Not
call
making
for
a
the
mistake.
vote.
Not making a mistake. I mean, there's no, A+ answer here. So let's, I think, proceed to a vote and see how it goes.
Okay,
Okay,
let's call for the vote.
amended motion by Commissioner Espinoza, and then seconded by Commissioner Bledsoe. I'll take the roll call now. Commissioner Azos,
No.
Commissioner Bonderpally,
Yes.
Commissioner Barber,
No.
Commissioner Bledsoe,
Yes.
Commissioner Chan,
Yes.
Commissioner Chow,
No.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Dinan,
No.
Commissioner Espinoza,
Yes.
Commissioner Guerrero,
Yes.
Commissioner Monzon Ruiz,
Yes.
Commissioner Albert,
No.
Commissioner Romero,
No.
Commissioner Salander,
Yes.
Chair Lawrence.
No.
So motion passes with 8 votes and 7 nays.
So the vote was to advance both Commissioner Espinosa's map as well as the Unity map.
The amended text, yes.
Yeah, let's go through the other maps and see where the commission lands on those.
Yeah, so John Lawrence, the question would be if anyone would like to make a motion for another map.
There was one map that we wanted to see that I guess we didn't
Yeah.
see, 69935.
Yes.
Can we see that one before we proceed?
I can bring that up. So we don't have this one in the viewer yet, but it is here in District R. It's actually, I suspect the thinking behind this is similar to the thinking in the Unity map. We have the 2 kind of coastal areas. I can zoom in here to show. So we're getting East Palo Alto, Bellhaven, North Fair Oaks, and the parts of Redwood City around North Fair Oaks all in one seat, in that coastal seat. Then a second coastal seat starting in Foster City and San Mateo. Again, running, not picking up the cities, just sticking more to the coastal areas. And then a Hills district. But in this case, the Hills, you remember the Unity district, it's kind of centered in the county. In this case, the Hills district is shifted and goes all the way to the county line. As it goes down, I'm sure just for population reasons, it does not pick up Emerald Lake Hills, and the part of Redwood City around it. But it's very similar to the Unity map, other than being shifted southward a little bit. And then we get the coast up to Pacifica. The coast picks up the extra population it needs by picking up that Emerald Lake Hills area, and then the inland parts of the farther north cities along the coast. So Hillsborough, Millbrae, San Bruno are all divided, with part in the coastal district and part in the Bayshore district. And then we get up to Daly City. And it's hard to see in District R, it's hard to pick up the exact city lines, but it's essentially your northern district that we've seen in many maps, with Pacifica with the coast, and then Daly City over to Brisbane in the northern district.
But the other maps that we like to see.
Through the chair, can I ask how many cities are split in this map? The 69935 map? Can we count the number of cities that are split?
I was gonna say, there's not a report in the system, but yeah, we can just go through it. You're gonna see Menlo Park, certainly split. I'm not sure about Atherton. Atherton may be all in the Hills district. Redwood City is certainly split. San Carlos is split. Belmont is split. San Mateo is split. Burlingame, Millbrae, San Bruno are all split.
I count a total of 8. Yeah.
8.
Yeah. Commissioner Ober.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lawrence. I was actually just going to make a motion, which I wasn't going to when the initial NDC report said that my map was invalid, but I'm going to move that we submit my map as well, the Commissioner Olbert map.
I second that.
It's been moved and second. Any question?
Would you show it again, please?
Yes. Goodbye. So, get the right window here. Here we go. Yes. Oops. There we go.
To the chair.
Yes.
I have a question for Commissioner Olbert on the split in San Carlos. What's the division there?
You know, I was afraid somebody was going to ask me that. And I was going to ask you guys not to tell anybody that I think I split my hometown into 3 different districts. Mostly what I tried to do was to follow, keep the coast together, to keep communities of interest together. When I had to start going a little bit past that to make some of the numbers work, I tended to look at population density, which is why some of the less populated hillier areas in various communities ended up, for example, being in, I think, in the coastal district that I put together. And that's in fact what I did in San Carlos. I was using my knowledge of how San Carlos is laid out to try and incorporate the, we refer to it as the hill country, sort of less densely populated, further away from things like sea level rise issues and whatnot. So there wasn't any more science behind it than that, but that was the logic.
Yeah, you're a little bit unlucky because I live right over by Eaton Park, and that doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, fair enough.
Commissioner Salazar.
Thanks. I just want to quickly reiterate the point I made earlier when we all went around and talked about our points of view on this, that the more maps we suggest to the board, the more choice we're giving them and taking it out of the hands of us and all of the outreach that we've done. Not to say that there's anything wrong with these maps. Like Commissioner Olbert, I really commend what you've done with working on this. It's really impressive. I don't see any huge major problems with it, but I do just want to reiterate that we are giving up a little bit of our choice as we're considering more maps. That's all.
Point well taken. Commissioner Guerrero.
I just had a quick question and also wanted some clarification on sort of the District 5 implications. Thank you, Commissioner Olbert.
In what particular way?
I think I just kind of want to see, did we include, is Westboro in here or is it not? I think I just needed that clarification.
I'll let Mr. Johnson answer that.
So actually, I'm not familiar with Westboro. What?
Okay, I think I see it now that you've zoomed in. You can disregard. Thank you.
Commissioner Espinosa.
A question for Commissioner Olbert. So when I was looking at all the maps, I literally went through each one and wrote down what areas were split. I took note here that it split 3 areas, so into 3. San Bruno split into 3, San Mateo split into 3, and San Carlos is split into 3. Did I get that right? Can we confirm that? Because I've only heard us talk about 1, but I'm just curious if that
sounds either right or close to right. I know San Carlos was, and I know one of the other ones was split at least 2, because I was trying to take into account, again, my understanding of the information I'd seen about various communities of interest. By the way, Chair Lawrence, I did have a comment that I wanted to make unrelated to my map, when we get to that point.
Please go ahead.
So I just wanted to clarify for my own benefit and perhaps for my fellow commissioners. I do think, I mean, certainly if we give a lot of maps to the Board of Supervisors, we sort of dilute the message behind any one or what we may be doing. But my understanding, I could be wrong about this, that's what I want to check. My understanding is we are giving advice to the Board of Supervisors. They are not required to simply pick one of our maps. They could look at our maps and say, hey, those are good ideas, but we're going to design this thing a little differently. Or they could look at our maps and say, thank you very much, but we think we're going to go in a different direction. And I just would appreciate some clarification from council, because if it's the latter, then, you know, whether we send them 2, 3, or 4 maps is probably less important.
Brian, you want to respond to that?
Sure, that's why I have my hand up. Yeah, the commission is purely advisory. The maps that are submitted to the board are to provide helpful guidance, as Commissioner Olbert explained. The board is not required to adopt one of the X number of maps submitted, and it is free to make changes to the final versions of the maps when it finally adopts them. So that Commissioner Olbert's characterization of the process is correct.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Commissioner Davis. Sorry. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Olbert, I'm just a little confused on the green, is that District 3? What, other than population balance, I'm trying to understand what the rural agricultural area has that would unify them with really the wealth ribbon that goes from Hillsborough along the hills of San Carlos down into Menlo Park and Atherton. I just worry that there's a lot of influence in those communities that could overshadow the interests of the other areas within that district. Could you help me to understand that a little better, please?
Sure. I certainly can. I certainly understand what you're saying, and I think let me answer that two ways. One is communities of interest don't, in my experience, they don't like nicely fall into categories. They go, well, that's one, and it's totally distinct from another, and it's totally distinct from a third. There are examples. I mean, I believe the current map that we have has the coastal communities in the same district as some fairly wealthy areas. I mean, I believe Atherton and West Menlo Park are part of it. And I'm not gonna sit here and defend and say, oh, it's a great combination, but it does appear that I didn't hear too many people amongst the public commenters saying, whatever you do, keep us together and get rid of those people because they don't fit in with what we're trying to do. So that's why when I was putting things together, I was looking, as I mentioned earlier, at population density and kind of distance from the coast as I wouldn't even say secondary, I'd say sort of a tertiary thing, because I was looking at some other stuff first before that. But it is definitely a matter of building the numbers up in the coastal district, because the coastal district just isn't quite large enough by itself. So it's a question of it's not the question of whether you want to add other communities in there, it's which ones. And we can certainly disagree about which one's the right ones and which one's not. And that was going to be the other comment I made, which is that, I certainly, if people are like, well, I like this map, but I wish it had less division up in the north. I have no problem. Somebody wants to make a friendly amendment like we did on the earlier one, saying that that's how we want to submit it, and let NDC figure out how to do the details. I'm not taking so much ownership of it that it has to be submitted exactly the way I put it together, because that would be nuts.
Okay, and I think that my concern lies as much with the fact that we've segmented several cities into 3, and yet have kept that strip whole along with the coast. And so I just feel like maybe there's an imbalance there that could be remedied with keeping the San Carlos area whole, the Belmont area whole, and dropping that Hillsborough piece off of that. So there's just some concern for me with just kind of the demographics of that map, but I do appreciate the work that you put into it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Romero.
Yes, I was just going to say, since it's getting later and later, if we could just knowing what, hearing and what we heard from Mr. Coolidge, that they're purely suggestions. This is an advisory group. We all know that. If we can just move forward with getting some votes or some specific maps. Not sure how if that's possible, if we can do that. And knowing that they're probably the Board of Supervisors are probably going to make their own suggestions and change the maps that we submit.
Thank you. Commissioner Bledsoe.
Yes, thank you. To Commissioner Davis's point, I cannot support this map or advancing this map to the Board of Supervisors. That elite or the band of wealth that is all of a sudden connected to the coast virtually ensures that there's a well-financed campaign for a candidate from those areas. And it would be virtually impossible for anyone from the coast to ever be elected to the Board of Supervisors. And so for that reason, I won't be supporting advancing this map.
Thank you. Commissioner Chow.
Yes, can you hear me this time? Okay.
Yes.
I think I'm okay then. Okay, I want to make a point. I thought we can still bring up to the board more than one map. We don't have to choose one map, right, to present to the board.
That's correct. That is correct.
So why are we trying to fight like which map to propose to the board? We can actually submit 2 or 3 maps. And the other point I want to make is that I know I submitted past the due date of the 25th. I sent my proposed, not a map because I'm terrible drawing those maps, but I actually sent it to Mr. Mays and Brian to see if Kristen can draw the map for me, because I did it in a spreadsheet to balance the populations and only keep one city split, which is Redwood City or Foster City.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chow, I can answer that. We did take a look at that, but the list of cities in the spreadsheet were not contiguous. So
they were not contiguous?
Not right, they didn't touch. So that's the challenge of doing in a spreadsheet is there were things like Millbrae with Daly City, but not with South San Francisco, but South San Francisco is in between them. So it couldn't be drawn as a map.
Oh, okay, because I thought the South San Francisco was kept in one city.
Yeah, no, it didn't. The result was a non-contiguous map. So.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, that's what I have.
Commissioner Nathapali.
All the commissioners have done an amazing job, and especially all the maps that Commissioner Espinoza and Commissioner Albert and Commissioner Chen and everybody did an amazing job. But I think I don't know about everybody, but my brain is functioning at a 5% level. I started my work at 6 a.m. So that is the very reason why in the first place I recommended we need one more meeting because everybody's tired, just say propose XYZ, let's done with it. That's not how this should be done. We really need little bit time. Now we have identified 3 or 4 maps. All I'm saying is let's prioritize them, and that makes BOS job much easier. Board of Supervisors will appreciate our work. All this work we have done. We have gathered so much information. We say, why Unity map? Why Espinoza map? Or why 69935 map? What are some benefits that we see? What are some drawbacks with those maps? So if we could actually talk about those and just add them, and I think that would be so much more beneficial to the Board of Supervisors, this information would be very helpful, and they can take it further. And they can tear those 3 maps, maybe combine them all, and then come up with a 4th map, who knows, or 5th map. But I think just making a recommendation just like that, okay, we'll just go with 3 maps. That's not, I don't know how all other commissioners feel, but I personally feel that we should add some context and why we prefer one over the other, unanimously agree on and give few pointers. So that'll help the board to move forward, I think. And that we should do that not now, that'll take another hour or so. We should do it maybe Monday at evening. We don't need to really change major, whatever Ms. Chen's requests, we should definitely make those changes in the Unity map, and then we move forward. And we don't need NDC for that on Monday. This is not changing maps and all of that. This is just about logistics. Which one, prioritize them, add some pointers, why we recommend number 1, number 2, number 3. We're not saying, you know, take this map or that map, but we're just gonna add some context.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Commissioner Monzon.
Yeah, I think I'm getting tired too. I gotta wake up at 5 in the morning. So but I would like to highlight a couple of things. I think we're getting to a point where who talks longer will convince the other ones. I don't think we are representing our communities properly in this way. And that's something that is been concerned for me in the meetings, that if I speak longer, if I make my point, I'll convince the other ones. That is not how you build a community. I don't know what you're thinking, but that's how you know build a community. So the more maps that we present, let's remember that commission is advisory commission. Our thoughts might not line up with the supervisor board. So that let's give them a few choices. They might need to modify a little bit, hopefully, and they can decide. So don't be disappointed when we get to December 15th that the maps that they choose might not line up with your views tonight. Again, you don't build community this way because we are leaving people out. So that's your point of view. That is Commissioner A or B, that's your personal point of view. Even though we say that we're representing the community, we are not. You know, that's at least on where I live, that doesn't work that way. I'll say it again. That's why people is not engaged, because we are deciding for them. So when we decide for them, the 2 maps that we're narrowing we're forcing it, we're tired. And then when tomorrow we wake up, if we have 1 or 2, the people that were not on this meeting, the people that are sleeping, that they are feeding their families, they were not present. So we are deciding for them. That is not how you build community. Community of interest is engage them, make them part of it, listen to what they said. Not like this. We are deciding for them.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Over.
Thank you, Chair Lawrence. I have a very quick data question for Mr. Johnson, which is, and I should know the answer to this, but I'm, as other people have been saying, I'm a little fuzzy right now. Do you have the ethnicity breakdown data to compare, like Commissioner Espinoza's District 4 with the District 4 in my map, my proposed map that was sitting in front of us now? Because that was something that was sort of talked about before in a different way when we were talking about that map. And I think it'd be worth everybody's look, including myself. I'd like to see what the comparison is.
Yes, I guess, is there a category you're curious about? Did you say District 4 and Latino population?
Yeah, just the District 4 population. So I think District 4 is the one where probably we're in the southern end, we're the most different, right? Because my map has does not have East Palo Alto in with the coast.
Yes, let me open that up here. So in the Espinoza map, District 4, it like in total population is 26% Latino, and in citizen voting age population is 18% Latino. in the Commissioner Olbert, in your map, District 4 is 43% Latino and 27% citizen voting age population
Okay.
Latino.
All right, so it is, as I sort of expected, it is more heavily, they differ relatively significantly on the Hispanic concentration. Okay, thank you.
Brian.
I was just going to note that, and Commissioner Olbert, I think, referenced that there is presently a motion on the table that has been seconded. We've had a lengthy debate about this, but I just want to make sure we don't lose the fact that there is action that's required on that item.
Can you repeat the motion?
Sure, Mr. Chair. The motion was to move the Albert map to the Board of Supervisors for consideration. It was made by Commissioner Albert, seconded by Commissioner Bandropali.
Is that a question?
Well, that was the motion. So should I take
Okay.
the roll call?
Let's go for a roll call.
Sure. Commissioner Azos?
No.
Commissioner Bandropali?
Yes.
Commissioner Barber?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Bledsoe?
No.
Commissioner Chan?
Yes.
Commissioner Chow?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
It was the motion that was made by Commissioner Albert to forward his Albert map to the Board of Supervisors for consideration.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
No.
Commissioner Dinan?
No.
Commissioner Espinoza?
No.
Commissioner Guerrero?
No.
Commissioner Monzon Ruiz?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Albert?
Yes.
Commissioner Romero?
No.
Commissioner Salander?
No.
And Chair Lawrence?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion fails with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 nays. Back to you, Chair.
Okay. The hour's getting late. We're at item 6, commission member reports.
No,
Chair.
Chair, there may be other motions.
Yeah.
Okay.
So make sure. Thank you, Doug.
Okay. Or are there any other motions to forward a map to the board? I see Commissioner Guerrero.
Yeah, I saw some. There's a weird echo. Okay, I think it's gone. There was some discussion around the NDC minimum change map. I do think that this would be something to consider as a baseline for the board. So I'd like to put a thorough motion to consider sending the NDC minimum change map over to the Board of Supervisors.
I second that.
I believe Mr. Albert spoke first, or Mr. Mero?
Olbert spoke first.
I'm sorry?
Commissioner Olbert spoke first.
Okay, thank you. So any discussion before I take the roll call?
Well, I see 2 hands raised by Commissioner Azar and Justin, and then Commissioner Espinosa before we take the roll call.
I have an unrelated issue.
Okay.
Just a clarifying comment, Commissioner Guerrero, I believe the motion was to move the map to the board for consideration, not to move the consideration of this map to the commission. It's to move the map
Yes,
to the board for consideration.
Correct. Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Mates.
Thank you. Thank you. Just want to clarify that.
Commissioner Espinosa.
Yeah, I actually a little bit surprised at the motion, but I do think that the reason this commission was formed is to really think about how we move away from the status quo, and that just continues what is now. And I think we heard enough outcry from the community that there needs to be change. So I would avoid sending that. The board is going to definitely have access to it. We'll know what it looks like. We'll still have the opportunity to review it and even choose it if they wish. but I don't think we should recommend it just because it really goes against what the county has really come out for.
Commissioner Obert.
Thank you. With all due respect, I guess I have a somewhat different point of view. First of all, I think it works usefully as a baseline, I think, as the original mover suggested. The other thing too is, lest we forget, it's not like the county came up with this thing out of whole cloth without talking to anybody some years ago. And certainly the county is evolving, but there were good faith efforts made back then to try and encompass a number of the things that we've talked about here over our meetings, including keeping the coast together as best they could. So, that's why I think it's certainly worthy of consideration for both those reasons.
If there's no further comment, I'll do the roll call.
Sure. A motion was made by Commissioner Guerrero to move forward the NDC minimal change map to the Board of Supervisors, seconded by Commissioner Albert. Commissioner Azos?
No.
Commissioner Bandapali?
No.
Commissioner Barber?
Yes.
Commissioner Bledsoe?
No.
Commissioner Chan?
No.
Commissioner Chow?
Yes.
Commissioner Davis?
No.
Commissioner Dinan?
No.
Commissioner Espinoza?
No.
Commissioner Guerrero?
Yes.
Commissioner Monzon Ruiz?
Yes.
Commissioner Albert?
Yes.
Commissioner Romero?
Yes.
Commissioner Salander?
No.
Chair Lawrence?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion fails with 8 nays.
Are there any other motions regarding the maps?
Through the chair, I like the map 369935, which is very similar to Unity map. I don't know, that would be a good one to pass it to the BOS. So I would like to make a motion to consider sending 69935 to the Board of Supervisors. Because it has a less than a 1% variance, I believe, 3.5.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
A second.
Before I call for questions, since we've looked at a number of maps, I'd like to ask Mr. Johnson to pull that one back up just to refresh everybody's memory.
Sure. This is the one that we looked at in District R. So let me bring that back up.
I have a question. I feel like that may be the early Unity map that was submitted and then was amended. So we may want to think about that. I'm not so sure the Unity map wants to put in an old map when they've already sent in a new one. So let's bring that out there.
If that is the case, then I will, not move forward with the motion, if that is the case. But can we take a look at that? See.
Yes. 6. Oh, shoot. Give me just a moment here.
And just to clarify, the concern is this was a previous version of the Unity map.
That's why I wanted to confirm that. If that is the case, I will not move forward with it, but I am not sure. I just wanted to look at the map again. If you have seen so many, it's so late in the night, it's just, I just want to make sure that, we are able to send maps that make sense,
Here's the
There we go.
District R map.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Kristen.
Yeah, of course.
This map has the lowest maximum population deviation is just 0.1%. And that's a part that I remember very well. So I just trying to recall any issues that commissioners saw with this one.
Aside from the issue raised as to whether it's duplicative.
Yeah, Well,
Commissioner Vanderpali, and Chair, if I may, it is the same map. It was just submitted earlier. It was titled Thrive, submitted by Evan, I believe, Evan Adams. So, and then they later submitted it via public comment. So it is the same one. Yeah.
it's exactly the same, then of course we will not submit the same map twice.
No, they modified it later, but this was submitted earlier in the day, and then Thrive submitted an official one via public comment afterwards.
Like, can we look at what's the difference between those two maps? What is the difference? Can we,
Can you put it
Johnson?
side by side?
I'm sorry?
Can you put it side by side? The
I
map?
know, I just wanted to see what are the differences. Can you point out what the difference is between, is it exactly the same? Then it doesn't make sense to send the same map twice.
I'm happy to share that information because I have it all noted in my
Oh,
notes.
thank you, Commissioner Espinosa.
So if I may, the 69935 splits 3 ways: South San Francisco, San Bruno, Burlingame, San Mateo, Redwood City. Also splits South San Francisco, San Bruno, Millbrae, Burlingame, San Mateo, Belmont, San Carlos, Redwood, Atherton, Menlo Park, and Woodside. And the new Thrive map only splits Redwood City into 3. So it reduces from 3 cities into 3 into just 1 city into 3. And then South San Francisco, San Bruno, Burlingame, Redwood City, San Mateo, Millbrae. So there was a considerable decrease from 11 city split to just 7 city split. Those are the major changes.
Thank you so much. I will not move forward with the motion then.
So can you withdraw your motion, Commissioner?
Yes, I'll withdraw my motion.
And Commissioner Chow? Will you
Yes,
withdraw your second?
yeah, I remove my second. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other maps for discussion?
I want to make a motion that we prefer the Unity map over the Espinoza map. That effectively, right, we can give them whatever we want. I want to move that we give them a rank order of the Unity first and the Espinoza second.
I second.
So recommend that we make sure there are no other maps to consider, but it's your meeting.
Commissioner Espinosa.
Yeah, sorry to sound like the squeaky wheel here, but I disagree. It splits Redwood City, my city, community I was chosen to represent in 3 different ways. That is troublesome. And it splits 7 cities as a whole. I have serious issues with that. I don't think we need to rank it. I think the board should just be handed our recommendation and we should just leave it at that and let them decide. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, we have a motion on the floor to rank Unity map first, followed by Espinoza map. Motion was made by Commissioner Azos, seconded by Commissioner Dinan. Okay, I'll take the roll call. Commissioner Azos?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Banderpali?
Yes.
Commissioner Barber?
No.
Commissioner Bledsoe?
No.
Commissioner Chan?
Yes.
Commissioner Chow?
Yes.
Commissioner Davis?
No,
That was no, right?
correct,
Sorry,
no.
cut out. Sorry, thank you. Commissioner Dinan?
Yes.
Commissioner Espinoza?
No.
Commissioner Guerrero?
No.
Commissioner Monzon Ruiz?
No.
Commissioner Albert?
No.
Commissioner Romero?
No.
Commissioner Salander?
No.
And Chair Lawrence?
No.
Thank you. Motion fails with 10 nays. Back to you, Chair.
Okay. Well, again, I'll ask if there are any other motions regarding the maps before we move to the next item on the agenda.
I've got another one. I want to ask County Council. There have been a lot of discussions historically over the life of this council about adding additional districts. Obviously, that is against the county charter. We can't do that. One of the one of the things that we had been thinking about or discussing was in our recommendation up to the Board of Supervisors, making some comment in that direction. I was curious if what is allowable, what is under our charter, what is doable there.
We do have an agenda item, I think, that we set aside to discuss that.
Apologies.
Okay.
I'll hold that until that time.
Okay, great.
And to clarify, I think Chair Lawrence is referring to item 9 on the agenda.
Yes. So are there any other commission member reports? Item 6.
Are there any other motions regarding maps?
Motions, yes. Hearing none, I'll move us to item 7, County Manager's Report.
Sorry, item 6, right, Chair?
Oh, you're right. This is where the commission members can, provide us any information that they may have. Item 6, commission member reports.
Just for the record, this is item 6 on the agenda, amended item 7.
Item number 7, correct, yes.
Sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Natapati.
I had the opportunity to present to the Commission on Status of Women about the redistricting process, and I want to thank Justin Mates and Sukinder for providing me the collateral. So the presentation went very well, and thank you so much for that. And the Commission really appreciates the, for all the knowledge they gained through the presentation. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Guerrero.
I know I wasn't present for the last meeting, but I just wanted to thank county staff for helping facilitate the outreach to city councils and town councils. I know that proved helpful for some of us as we were doing some local outreach on that front, and I think really played a part in building up the robust public comment and really participation that we've received through this process. So just wanted to thank folks behind that effort.
Thank you. Any other reports? Item 6. Then I'll move to item 7, County Manager's Report. Mr. Mates.
So that's the updated item number 8.
8, right.
Thank you, Chair Lawrence. No county manager report other than to say thank you. Thank you for the late night meetings. Thank you for all your intentionality behind this. Thank you for going above and beyond on helping with outreach, going to city council meetings, going to farmers markets. So appreciated. Thank you for your service to the community and to the county.
Okay. Item 9. Discussion and action regarding future meeting.
That's been, we've already handled that, Chair Lawrence.
Yeah. Okay, great. Then item 10 is discussion any action regarding potential recommendation improvements to the county redistricting process. Commissioner Chan.
Oh, was I first?
Hi.
Yeah, I think I was fearful going into this meeting that we would be sort of doing this thing where we would be agreeing to do something by a deadline, even though we weren't ready. I was talking to some people that it felt like, it's as if someone said, the bridge is going to open on this day, and the engineers working on the bridge just uncovered all of these problems near the end at that day, and someone insisted, no, we have to open the bridge. And so that was my biggest fear going into this meeting. And I'm honestly kind of pleased at what happened, but it really worried me that we were going to railroad this process. And so I don't know what sort of thing we can say about how close we came to coming to not being able to do the best by our communities because of the deadline. And I want to make that very, very clear that like, we pulled one out, I think, but I was really worried going into this meeting, and we need to somehow have a fail-safe, some flexibility next time. It was just not acceptable that we had only a couple of hours to review some maps.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Commissioner Azon.
Yeah, the question I had before, recommending to the Board of Supervisors that we increase the number of districts. Is there a way that this group can reasonably do that, or is that totally out of scope? And I believe that's a question for County Council.
Yeah, one thing that we kind of talked about potentially doing, and maybe I'll let Chair Lawrence expand upon this a bit. So I think, as you all know, there is a redistricting website that under the law, the county is required to maintain for the next 10 years until the next time this happens in 2030. And all the recordings of this meeting, all the information, this back and forth, this fantastic back and forth you all have had, all this information is going to live on that website, along with the draft maps, the adopted maps. One thing we were talking about potentially doing would be to have perhaps a report from this commission that would be posted on that website. So instead of submitting a report that just goes to the Board of Supervisors at a meeting in November of 2021, where someone would have to search the board's agenda to find it, it would be in this evergreen site or close to evergreen site, where it would be associated with all the redistricting kind of elements. And so when the time comes to kind of look back at this process, it would be there for the then current board and then current staff to kind of look to as a resource. That was one thing we talked about doing. That would probably be the vehicle to, for example, recommend the potential increase in the number of districts. Certainly that is I would say it's probably outside the scope of this commission. But if that's something that's important to you all, and from hearing you throughout this process, I think it is. I'm not going to stop you from doing that. And I don't think I can. So I think that's kind of a rambling, roundabout way of answering the question, which is, I think you all can do it. The question is how best to accomplish that goal. And I think kind of the mechanism that we just talked about might be the best way of doing that. But purely a suggestion.
I mean, unfortunately, it feels like that 10 years from now, people will come and they'll look at the website. They'll say, oh, it's about time to redistrict again. Let's look at this. Oh, we should probably increase the number of commissioners from 5 to 7. Oh, then they'll come into the meeting and we'll have a similar conversation to what we're having now. It doesn't feel like we're going to end up in an actionable place with that recommendation.
Through the council, would it be appropriate, and one of the things I thought about was that if we commission drafted a letter to the board to go along with our recommended maps with the various recommendations I know that many commissioners have regarding, expanding the number of supervisors, along with a couple other things, to send along to the board. Would that also get posted on the website and plus land on the commissioners, on the supervisor's desk?
Yeah, no, it would. The one thing, well, two things. One, to the extent that's going to take time, I don't want to hold up the recommendation and the submission of these maps and tying it to kind of putting together that final report. So I think we'd have to kind of untether those two things, just because of the timeline, not because I don't think that's any less important, but just because we have to get these maps to the board.
Yeah.
But with that consideration, if for example, Chair Lawrence were to create tonight, perhaps a subcommittee that would kind of solicit input from the group, to then put together kind of a collective letter that would be submitted to the board at one of its upcoming meetings where it's going to be considering this very issue. I think that would certainly be appropriate.
I'd like to propose that to the commissioners, that we form a subcommittee, say myself and 2 other commissioners, to gather input from all the commissioners and, prepare a draft. Everyone gets a chance to read it and approve it, and then we pass it on. Because I, like you, I think we have some suggestions that we want to make sure that the board hears today, not, 10 years from now. I'll recognize Commissioner Munzon. He's had his hand up for quite some time while we deliberate this point.
Yeah, I would like to echo Commissioner Aso comment. As a committee, whatever it takes to take the opportunity to recommend to the voice of to the Board of Supervisors. I think the way I feel is that we're trying to do magic here with 5 districts. I know there is a lot of guidelines for us to have 7 districts, but 10 years, it's a very long time. I think we need to start soon to exercise, educate our communities what it will take, and then to start from there. 10 years too long to wait to talk about this important issue. And also, the reason that I support that idea of having more supervisory is because it will reach to most of the communities that are not represented or disengaged. I think it's very important, and that's what we learned here in all these meetings. We're trying to advocate for our communities, but we are affecting others. And so I would like to be part of that subcommittee if possible.
Commissioner Guerrero.
I was just gonna say a couple of things. I think really wanted to commend all of us for dealing with, I think, a really terrible hand in terms of how the pace of the census data that came in and just sort of the deadlines that we were pressed against. And I do think that we still had a pretty robust process given sort of the circumstances we dealt with. Obviously, I think next time around, it would be, I think, the enthusiasm that we expressed early on in the process around more in-person opportunities, obviously outreach and anchoring them around relevant community centers and communities of interest, and soliciting public feedback in that respect. I know hopefully we don't have to go through another pandemic where that precludes us from being able to do that, but knocking on proverbial wood. And then secondarily, I know we've talked a little bit about considering additional districts and recommending that. I know that it's going to be a massive undertaking, and I'm glad that we're willing to put that suggestion out there. I know that it's going to involve a number of community outreach and explaining what it entails, and also I think soliciting the correct feedback from the relevant stakeholders, folks on the ground, and getting more of a sense of, what those potential districts would look like. But really just wanted to close things off and say that, I've had a chance to kind of know some of the commissioners personally during the course of this process. And I wish that we had the opportunity for us to get it together in person and sit together in a meeting room. But yeah, just wanted to say it's been a pleasure to work together, and want to extend the invite if folks are up in North County to come look me up, and would love to get together.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Polly.
Through the chair, thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to each one of you for putting up with me. I'm very passionate and very outspoken, so I might have offended all of you at some point or the other, no pun intended. You just want to do the good for the community, and I know you all have the same passion and the interest too. And NDC, please don't take me personally. I do speak up quite a bit sometimes, so please. And I do want to take this opportunity and emphasize how critical, how important it is for our county to have additional at least 1 or 2 Board of Supervisors being added. And to that, I am not sure if anything would stop us from not recommending, but sharing our findings with the Board of Supervisors. I think that is absolutely doable. And if Chair, if you are the one who is presenting to the Board of Supervisors, that could be our finding, that where we see, that how critical is it to have additional members being added. And also I would like to reach out to the council to really understand what is the process. How do we go about achieving this? Not wait for 10 years, but maybe some of the commissioners on this commission would continue the work and carry on and move forward in identifying, within our districts, what can we do? How do we move forward? So what are the steps required to put add 1 or 2 Board of Supervisors to the, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Romero.
I just wanted to briefly say thank you to everybody here, to all the commissioners, but a very special thank you to the council and to the county manager's office. This is incredible work, and really commend your time and your dedication to this. Thank you. Thank you. I do look forward to participating in that subcommittee with you, Chair Lawrence. And I think it'll be really critical to walk away with some actionable sort of strategies and a really strong understanding of what we need to do, especially for those communities that weren't represented in this, in 2021, but that we have a very clear understanding of what we need to do 10 years from now, because it is a long time, but it goes by pretty quickly. So it's important to sort of have a good understanding of what we need to do next.
Thank you.
Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
Before I ask for volunteers for this subcommittee,
I'll wait, Brett.
let me recognize Justin and then Brian.
Great, thank you. I think Brian probably has something substantive. I want to appreciate the recognition that was given to staff, and I would be remiss if I didn't name some staff here real quick for you all. As you might imagine, an every 10-year process is not part of anyone's regular duties, and so everyone, all the county staff on this was something extra. So I really have to send thanks out to Emma Gonzalez and Megan Ghosh of the Office of Community Affairs and their outreach team for doing all the on-the-ground work. Marshall Wilson and our communications team, who helped put together some of the collateral and some of the talking points that you all use to get the word out. And of course, Brian Coolidge and David Silverman, who have provided excellent legal advice to not only the commission, but to those of us on the staff during this whole process. And finally, to Suki, who is currently sitting in a board chambers that the air conditioning's been turned off for like 3 hours now. Thank you to the county staff for supporting this commission throughout this process. And of course, again, reiterate my thanks to the commissioners.
Thank you. Brian?
I'll let Commissioner Olbert go first.
Okay. Commissioner Olbert.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you, Brian. I just wanted to say it's been fun getting to know you guys, albeit virtually. And I will say that I hope that for those of you who have not yet had the opportunity to serve in local government, either in an elected or an appointed position, I hope that you will get involved and do that, because it's a very, very rewarding experience. You will learn a ton more than you've learned here. And in my experience, just speaking personally, it actually makes you a much better citizen at the end of the day. So I hope to see your names on the ballot one of these days.
I would echo that. Brian?
Okay, I prepared a short 30-minute speech. I just want to give everyone. No, kidding. Just want to mention this is an agendized item, so we do have to take public comment on this. Don't want to forget that. But also want to mention that if we are going to be forming a subcommittee, technically we need a motion to so form that committee. And it would be nice to have some instruction as to what that committee would be tasked with. So Justin was right. It was substantive, not fun. But thank you all. It's been a pleasure. And the last thing I'll say is once your work is done here, you are no longer a Brown Act body, which means you can all gather together in the same room and have conversations. So anywho, look forward to public comment and look forward to working with you all, hopefully to get that, if you're going to do a letter or whatever, any way we can help to get that accomplished, we will do so. So thank you.
Jim, do you need a motion for the
We
subcommittee?
need a motion, yes.
I move that we create a subcommittee to draft a letter to the Board of Supervisors summarizing our findings, and that the chair be authorized to appoint the people to the subcommittee.
I second the motion.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Any
And
public comment?
right. And should we appoint the 3 members to the subcommittee? Is that required in the motion?
I'll throw out some names. Vice Chair Romero has volunteered, and I think I heard one other volunteer.
It was Monson Ruiz.
Monson Ruiz, right?
Monson Ruiz, yeah.
Okay, and I also add that we will be in touch with all of you so that we get all of your inputs. And as I said, once we come out with the final draft, we will circulate it to you first to review and approve. And then we will go back to county council to have the appropriate vehicle to get it to the Board of Supervisors.
I amend my motion to include the names that Chair Lawrence has suggested.
Commissioner Davis, could you second that?
I will second that as well.
Perfect, thank you. And before I take the roll call, let me just take public comment for item number 9 or 10. Discussion and or action regarding potential recommended improvements to 2031 county redistricting process. Do we have any members of the public who wish to comment?
I just like to say that as chair, you've been a wonderful group to work with. I like the energy, the mental and back and forth really energized. I know me and all of us. And as Commissioner Obert said, please get involved locally with elections. I took time out during my career here in Foster City and ran for city council. You will learn a lot. But I will say, you give up your privacy. I'll warn you. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. No public comment for that item. So I'll take a motion. I'll take the roll call for creation of the subcommittee consisting of Lawrence, Monzon, Ruiz, and Romero to create a letter. Okay, Commissioner Azos?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderpally?
Yes.
Commissioner Barber?
Yes.
Commissioner Bledsoe?
Yes.
Mr. Chan?
Yes.
Mr. Chow?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Dinan?
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza?
Yes.
Mr. Guerrero?
Yes.
Mr. Monzon Ruiz?
Yes.
Mr. Albert?
Aye.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Mr. Salander?
Yes.
And Chair Lawrence?
Yes.
Your motion unanimously passes. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll call the meeting adjourned.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you. Great
Thank
work
you.
with all of you.
Great work.
Thank
Good night,
you.
everyone. Awesome work.
Take care.
Good night.
Thank you.
Happy Halloween.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you all.
Sweet dreams.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good night.
The time is 11:56 p.m. and the meeting is off the record. Thank you all.